This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hey, y'all. Hold on just a minute. Okay. I was trying to get two platforms going at the same time, and it took me just a second. All right. Hey, y'all. It's good to see y'all. Thank y'all for being here with me this Saturday. Hold on just a minute. All right, let me say hey to y'all. It's good to see you, Dandy Lioness, Edith, Nanny Goat, Southern Cats, Jenny Jen, Shelby, Patty, Lil Patty. Sorry, good to see you. And it is nice to meet you. Teresa, good to see you. Southern Cats, I know I said hey to you. Kim Beezy, Edith, good to see you. Madeline, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Her, Tanya in the do, thank you for being here. Good to see you. Hio is here. Hannah UK is here. Thank you for being here. Miss Scorpio Rising is here. Thank you for being here. Shelby said, yeah, they were saying the shooter's partner was trans, but does that mean he was dating his roommate or just a partner as in like live together and friends? I think it means they were dating. I just found that out like 5 minutes before I came live. Hey, Snarky Pants, good to see you. Kimmy C123, good to see you. Indy, if you're in here, it's good to see you. I thought I saw you. Leslie, good to see you. Donna, good to see you. Please keep Brenda in your thoughts and prayers after what she said yesterday. Stephanie Garrett, good to see you. Miss King of Anything, good to see you. Thank y'all for being here. I really do appreciate it. Miss Woozy, good to see you. And UTD, good to see you. Thank you for being here. All right, we got quite a bit to talk about. I know not everybody wants to get political, and I get that. I've got a lot on Miss Ruby Lehman, the 6-year-old missing out of Minnesota or Wisconsin, one of the two. They're y'all. Oh my God, it's a lot. Mimi, good to see you. And Mustang 1965, good to see you. Thank you for sending prayers up to Brenda Shelby. Brenda's son overdosed yesterday, and she had to leave, and Lord knows, I'm hoping that everything is okay. So I want to start with a couple of things on Charlie Kirk, so that we can get that out of the way, give people time to come in. Because again, like I said, I know not everybody likes to talk political, and then we will deep dive the Ruby Lehman case. Kim, good to see you. And Peaches McClure, good to see you. So I wanted to start with, we found out who the alleged mystery guy was, or I just did. The one that I thought could have possibly been AI, okay? So I'm going to pull that video up. See, okay, and I'm going to break down to you why I thought it was AI. First of all, he appears to be standing up and cheering while people could be just starting to move, but aren't really moving quickly. And where's Charlie? Like, it doesn't appear to be any blood. The hats are not disturbed. There's nothing on the American Comeback Tour. And if the shot had just been fired, I think we would still see some of his security there. At least, like, you know, trying to clean up afterwards, or get things and run or something to that effect. I feel like people would be moving more erratically, and this guy wouldn't just be standing there cheering. I thought it could be AI. It's really sad. However, it appears that it's real. So there's some people right there, maybe. I don't know. It was just odd to me, and it looked AI. All right. Well, it was evidently real. And here is the mystery bearded guy. It says, mystery bearded man who appeared to cheer the shooting of Charlie Kirk claims he chanted USA to create a distraction. Let me see what this news clip says.
I'll share that with you now. Speculation as well as to
I think we saw that yesterday.
The writing on those casings, those bullet casings.
Stop doing that.
And I believe we have that as well. And I'll share that with you now.
Okay, that just talks about the writing on the bullet casings, which we talked about yesterday. I don't think we necessarily, if they showed pictures of it, I would like to see it, but I don't think we necessarily have to look at that. The article reads, the mystery bearded man who appeared to be celebrating in the crowd moments after Charlie Kirk, I apologize, was shot, claimed he wasn't cheering the horrifying violence, but shouting USA to create a, quote, distraction, unquote, that might help, quote, save lives, unquote. A man going by David on X, who claims to be the person seen in the viral video filmed at the Utah Valley University event, posted a 2-minute statement in which he attempts to explain himself. Quote, when I heard the sharp crack at first, I thought it might have been fireworks or a disruptive prank, unquote, the man says, appearing to be wearing the same tan-colored backwards cap as the man apparently celebrating in the video. And there he is. The video's on X. I'm going to attempt to locate it. There he is in the crowd, and there he is in the video. I don't know what to think. Mayla's mom, good to see you. Queen Olive, good to see you. Holly, good to see you. Thank y'all for being here. Karen, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Okay, Queen Olive. Thank you for being here, and thank you for lurking. We're going to pull up that video. I know it's on there. It says, I looked up to the horizon for smoke. When none appeared, I realized it must have been a firearm, he said in a monotone voice, his eyes seeming to dart back and forth as if reading the statement as he stumbled over some words. He said, based on a friend's reaction, he, quote, believed Charlie had been gravely injured, unquote, and, quote, instinctively checked the security team's movement, unquote, before rising to his feet. Quote, I stood and shouted USA, not as a provocation, but to project strength, encourage others, and create a distraction that might help calm panic or even save lives. He claims he was only minimally familiar with Kirk's content, but said he, quote, would never wish to celebrate harm to anyone, unquote. A short time later, he posted a rambling follow-up video calling himself, quote, the happiest person you ever met in your entire life, unquote, and claiming to be sick of, quote, my soldiers, including Charlie, dying so you guys can mock each other, unquote. He said straight into the camera, quote, mock, 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 unquote. As he continued ranting, he called out media figures, including John Oliver, Matt Walsh, and Steven Crowder, saying, quote, mockery on both sides of the equation was killing my soldiers, my people. He didn't elaborate who his soldiers were. I'm going to go back over to X. Hey, thank you, Karen, Connie's sister, for being a member for 4 months. That is so amazing. And thank you for sharing that milestone with us today. I appreciate that so very much. And again, thank you for being a member for 4 months. And thank you for the support. Connie said, so sad. This is what our country has become. It is. I don't agree with violence of any type on any side. And I think that it's not going to solve anything at all. I don't understand it. Okay, so this is a 2-minute video. Let's see. Almost 2-minute video. Okay.
The event opened with music, people throwing hats, and loud exchanges from different parts of the crowd. Some shouted offensive remarks directed at the LGBT community, while others...
I'm going to take it back just a little bit because it was turned down low because some of them like scream at you. Hey, Donna Smith. Donna Smith said this guy is super creepy to me. Well, I don't think that it helps that they're playing creepy music in the background. Donna said New York Post has new supposed information about Tyler. I've got quite a bit. Indy, good to see you. I've got so much that I don't know if we're going to be able to cover it and Ruby all in the same stream. No, I don't think this guy's the partner. I was wondering that myself, though, Madeline. I had to ask myself that, but I don't think that he is the partner. This is the weirdo that cheered after Charlie was hit, and it shows it at the bottom. Please look into the case of Brighton Muth sometime today. Red flags. Let me write it down, love. BRIGHTONMUTH. Okay, definitely we'll check it out. I've got quite a few FOIA requests out on information now that the cases have gone to court. I'm hoping to get documents on. All right, so down here at the bottom, you can see where he was cheering. The video I just showed that I talked about yesterday, I thought was AI, and we briefly touched on it. Evidently, it's not. This is the guy you saw cheering after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, alleged, well, quote unquote, assassinated.
The event opened with music, people throwing hats, and loud exchanges from different parts of the crowd. Some shouted offensive remarks directed at the LGBT community, while others made disparaging comments about the Prophet of Islam. There were also cheers, boos, and offensive hand gestures, mockery. The atmosphere carried an energy of confrontation more than dialogue. The first debater tried to persuade Charlie to adopt Mormonism, but the exchange drifted into a disjointed back and forth of opinions. The audience eventually booed him off the platform. Another speaker raised the idea of restricting gun rights for transgender individuals. Citing Donald Trump as an influence, he began to reference statistics and posed a question. Charlie's response turned to the subject of gang violence as a part of.
Okay, I'm going to play this through, but I've already got issues that we're going to talk about. I'm going to play it through once, and then we're going to talk about it in just a second. I've already got so many issues.
The mass shooting statistics. At that point, I did not see what happened directly. My head was lowered while I listened. When I heard a sharp crack, at first I thought it might have been fireworks or a disruptive prank, so I looked up to the horizon for smoke. When none appeared, I realized it must have been a firearm. My friend reacted in horror, saying Charlie had been struck. His voice and description told me how serious it was. Based on his reaction, I believed Charlie had been gravely injured. I instinctively checked the security team's movement, though I have no affiliation with them. Realizing the situation was dangerous, I stood and shouted USA, not as a provocation, but to project strength, encourage others, and create a distraction that might help calm panic or even save lives. At that moment, no one knew whether this was a lone shooter or something coordinated.
I wanted to pause real quick and talk about Mustang said the hair on top of those eyes is scary. And yeah, eyebrows. What's going on with everybody's eyebrows nowadays? Like, are we not like, I don't know, I'll pluck mine with tweezers to try to get a shape, and I've done that since I was, in my teens. My daughter, I saw her and she shaved my eyebrows for me, but and they probably need to be cleaned up. But regardless, like even Mr. Speculating, if he has a long one, I'll pull it out. Why is nobody um keeping control of the eyebrows nowadays? We don't want any bushes, but we don't want any eyebrows, I mean, out of control hair everywhere either. Maybe it's because of the beard thing being in fashion. I don't know.
My friend was devastated. He admitted he admired Charlie
These
deeply.
nuts. Good to see you.
I only knew Charlie through minimal content, but would never wish to celebrate harm to anyone. Because of my background as a soldier, I was able to stay calm under stress, focus on protecting and comforting my friend. Afterward, I called my wife to let her know I was safe. Once traffic eased, we left.
Okay. I'm going to see if there's another one real quick because that one had music behind it and I might have to take it out of the stream. I would like to find his page. But I had a lot to say about this, especially what he started off with. And you saying that these nuts that I don't believe this guy. A lot of people are saying that on X, and Shelby said it looks like he's reading something. I think he is. I think just like Austin Drummond, when we talked about him reading something, I think he wrote down his thoughts so he could convey everything clearly. All right. I would like to get the original without the music. Hold on. We might have to go back up. I have questions, but I have concerns about the things he said too. Lord, everybody's posting about this. Let me check media. It's probably right there in media, and I just was clicking the wrong thing. I'm not good with X quite yet. Lord, I have to scroll all the way back up. Oh my gosh. Hold on. It's probably going to say no media. Oh, okay. That's a 27-second video. We got that one, but that looks like that's it. All right, we'll go back to this one. I'm going to
The
tell you
event
my
opened with
issues.
music, people throwing hats, and loud exchanges from different parts of the crowd. Some shouted offensive remarks directed at the LGBT community, while others made disparaging comments about the Prophet of Islam. There were also
Okay, so they're going there to debate. I get that there's going to be some people who say disparaging comments. Spencer, good to see you, said, I don't buy his story. I think in the heat of moment, he did celebrate and now he regrets it. I do too. I'm feeling that way about it as well. And when, okay, if we're going to talk about this, you know, logically, he's opening this apology video saying that people were saying offensive remarks about the LGBTQ community and about the state of Islam. Okay. Now, while I don't promote that, I strongly condemn doing anything in that regard. He's bringing that to the forefront. I don't know if it's just describing the situation. We did see videos of Charlie Kirk throwing hats out. It's going to be a debate. It's going to be a heated exchange, and it's going to be about hot topics in the world of politics right now because that's what Charlie Kirk did. But anybody going out there saying anything negative about Islam or the LGBT community should not be accepted. But again, if you look at who Charlie Kirk was, that's kind of some of the things he talked about and some of the things he did. So there are going to be people from both sides out there.
also cheers, boos, and offensive hand gestures, mockery. The atmosphere carried an energy of confrontation more than dialogue. The first debater.
The atmosphere carried about confrontation more than dialogue. It's there to be. I mean, it's kind of that's the point. Unfortunately, I think you're going to be kind of confrontational, especially with strong debates. I think, and he does look gleeful in the video. I agree.
Debater tried to persuade Charlie to adopt Mormonism, but the exchange.
Okay, somebody trying to persuade Charlie to adopt Mormonism. I mean, par for the course. I don't know why you would do that, but par for the course. Okay. Hold on.
The audience eventually booed him off platform. Another speaker to adopt Mormonism, but the exchange drifted into a disjointed back and forth of opinions. The audience eventually booed him off platform.
That's what it's going to happen. That's the whole reason for him being there is to debate.
Another speaker raised the idea of restricting gun rights for transgender individuals.
Okay, pause. Why are we doing this? Restricting gun rights to transgender individuals. You can't condemn a whole entire I don't know, it's not a species, but subculture of people just because some people do bad things. That I don't like that at all. I could understand, I mean, I guess par for the course considering the debate and the person, but that's just ridiculous. Why would you even what? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, in my opinion.
Citing Donald Trump as an influence, he began to reference statistics and posed a question. Charlie's response turned to the subject of gang violence as a part of the mass shooting statistics.
So that was what we heard in the video. They talk about how many trans shooters have been committed mass shootings, and the answer was 5. There have been 5 out of a whole subsection of culture, out of a whole subculture of people. There have been 5. I guarantee you, there's way more. There's probably, I don't know. I don't even know how many statistically, but I mean thousands, hundreds of thousands, double-digit thousands at least. That's just ridiculous in my opinion. They do restrict the gun rights of felons, and I mean they've committed a felonious crime, so that could be why. I don't know. Yeah, I mean you have a point. You have a point. Just because someone wins a debate doesn't mean they are right. Orators can be provocative, but it's noise. Know your own true north and follow that. I agree. Miss Woozy said, it makes sense to restrict the gun rights of felons. It does not make sense to restrict the gun rights of a whole population because 5 out of thousands of shooters are trans. Right. I mean, could we not say the same thing about, like, okay, restrict the gun rights to females or males or, you know, Christians or Islamic faith people or Muslim. I mean, you could go, I just don't think that we should be doing that. You're fine, Mayla's mom. I get it. Some of the opinions are going to be unpopular, but I'm hoping that we have a space here where people can talk and um and say their thoughts, opinions, and speculations without being attacked. That's the whole purpose of my channel and what I try to do. Just y'all be respectful of each other. That's all I ask.
At that point, I did not see what happened directly. My head was lowered while I listened. When I heard a sharp crack, at first I thought it might have been fireworks or a disruptive prank, so I looked up to the horizon for smoke. When none appeared, I realized it must have been a firearm. My friend reacted in horror, saying Charlie had been struck. His voice and description told me how serious it was. Based on his reaction, I believed Charlie had been gravely injured. I instinctively checked the security team's movement, though I have no affiliation with them. Realizing the situation was dangerous, I stood and shouted USA, not as a provocation, but to project strength, encourage others, and create a distraction that might help calm panic or even save lives.
I don't know why it muted me, but okay, you're standing up in the middle of a crowd and shouting USA while people are running for their lives, and it just doesn't look right. Like, why would you think to do that? That doesn't make any sense. And most of the time when the action doesn't match the words, like if the actions don't make sense, the words that are coming out of the person's mouth are a freaking lie, in my opinion.
At that moment, no one knew whether this was a lone shooter or something coordinated. My friend was devastated. He admitted he admired Charlie deeply. I only knew Charlie through minimal content, but would never wish to celebrate harm to anyone. Because of my background as a soldier, I was able to stay calm under stress, focus on protecting and comforting my friend. Afterward, I called my wife to let her know I was safe. Once traffic eased, we left.
Right. It is completely absurd to me that he would yell something like that to try to calm a crowd. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, let me go over here. I wanted to see if we could find this second video. Was cheering. Okay, hold on. We're going to jump back over here. A lot of people do not believe him. I clicked on another page to see if we could get the video. There's a second video, evidently, and that's what I'm trying to find. He's probably made his profile private, but his name is Dave, evidently. I don't mean to be quiet. I'm just trying to... Hold on. That doesn't even pull up any videos. All right. Try that. That's not pulling up anything about him. Let me try over here, but yep, I'm not seeing anything. All right. So we can move on to Tyler Robinson. I've got a couple of things on him. Whoa, what just happened? Okay. What is this? I just saw this. Charlie Kirk death trolls exposed on new website launched to catch them out. Tyler Robinson. Okay, a suspect in the homicide of conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been identified as Tyler Robinson, a 22-year-old man, and is being held without bail in a Utah jail. But as rage continues over the homicide of the political commentator, conservative fans are taking matters into their own hands, trying to expose anyone who may have shown little or no empathy for the late Trump ally. A new website calling to expose Charlie's homiciders has been created in the wake of the assassination in Orem, Utah. The page whose creator remains unclear collects pictures of people from across the country who posted disparaging comments about the recent incident. Quote, "Is it an employee or a student of yours supporting political violence online?" The website homepage reads. Look them up on this website. It comes after Kirk was warned that he would be 100% homicided in a chilling omen before his assassination. While some of the posts on Expose Charlie's homiciders feature incendiary language, others didn't appear to celebrate or glorify the shooting, choosing instead to discuss other forms of political violence taking place in the US and across the world. The group calls for submission on anyone celebrating Charlie's homicide, claiming it has received over 20,000 submissions. Currently, the group displays pictures of individuals alongside their location and employer. Wow, okay. So we're doxing the shit out of people for no apparent reason. Wow, okay. That's horrible. That's absolutely horrific. Oh my goodness. Yes, maybe no. Thank you for gifting 5 speculation station memberships. I greatly appreciate that. Those memberships. Hold on just a minute. I gotta access my live stream. Okay. Those memberships went to Limey, the non-grifting dumpster squirrel, Lisa Hawkins, Jesse Hereford, and so random, and Buddha Belly. Thank you so much. Yes, maybe no, for gifting those memberships. And all of the people I mentioned, welcome to Speculation Station. I will grab the crazy train to pick y'all up on the way. Thank you so much. Yes, maybe no. Thank you so very much for that. Hey, Thea, just saw another channel Tyler lived. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. No, not yet, Scratch. I'm gonna do that in a minute. There's so much on this. I don't even know if I'll be able to comment all of that about the furry community. Oh wow. Hey Pandora. I was recently doxxed. Seems like the new punishment if you stand for anything on the wrong side, you're fair game. It's shocking. That's insane. I don't know. It's not acceptable to be doxing people. That's just ridiculous. I strongly condemn that. Excuse me. I don't understand that at all. Let me look him up. Y'all gave me the name. Okay. Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson's roommate has been identified as 22-year-old Lance Twiggs. Look, let me, Lord have mercy. I just talked about how I don't support doxing people, and here I am doxing someone. But I mean, I don't know. Hopefully, it won't say like where they work, where they live. We don't need to know all that. But his name was Lance Twiggs. Hold on. And that comes amid reports Robinson was living with his trans partner per Daily Mail. Their families refuse to deny that was a motivating factor in the homicides. I don't think it was a motivating factor. Okay. Yo, I mean, I heard that the roommate turned him in, though. Shared an apartment, according to the governor, were deeply indoctrinated in leftist ideology. Okay. Well, I don't want to go too far into that because I don't want to dox anybody. I want to be very careful about what this is. The only reason I'm really even bringing it up is because technically, yes, it could be related, but I don't want it to reflect on the community as a whole because I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair at all for that to reflect on the community as a whole. I wish I could get that other video. He's literally me. Well, he's not. All right, let's go over here. I got a couple of videos on YouTube as well. No, he didn't turn him into the police. No, he didn't turn him in. The police had to search him out. Okay, thank you. Tanya in the D said, but the last question asked to Charlie was about transgender shootings. Well, hold on. Where is that at? Lord, it's going to take me forever to find it. It was first about transgender shootings, and then they go on to talk about, because the last thing he said was including or not including gang violence. So it could be related, but I don't think that the person was necessarily, I don't know, y'all. I want to be very careful about it. He's fully in cooperation and gave him all the text that he had. Yeah. He is fully in cooperation, and he did give the police all the text that he had received. And if we're going to talk, let's talk about that real quick. Hold on just a minute. Let me pull up this. Nope. I don't have it here. Where is it? Lordy have mercy. Let me go on Patreon real quick. Hold on just a minute. So I want to show y'all before we go, grabbing the pitchforks and all that. I want to show y'all something. I'm going to bring this up without a watermark, but y'all can get it on my Patreon. Because it's important to remember this. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed the roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked him if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content on these messages included messages affiliated with the contact named Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving a rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where the rifle was left, and messages referring to having left a rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. Based on the evidence detailed in the statement, I believe there is probable cause that Tyler Robinson committed the crimes of aggravated homicide by shooting Charlie Kirk. I mean, I got to be fair on both sides. Inscriptions, again, like inscriptions on fired casings read, quote, notices bulge, OWO, what's this? Hey, fascist, catch, up arrow symbol, right arrow symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols, which I do think is like a cheat code for some kind of game. And then Obella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow, Chow. And an third unfired casing read, if you read this, you are GAYLMAO. It could be related, but it might not. Addie B said the actions are not the thoughts of a whole, but he was influenced by some ideologies that let hate drive his actions. I agree with that. Why the toe is green in every shot, I don't know. What is that? Oh, yeah, I'm on X as well. Harlot Oscara said the shooter appears to be a Nick Fuentes follower. It's hard to believe he'd even have a trans roommate, never mind partner, in my opinion. But it'll be interesting to see where this goes. I don't know if that's legitimate. I think that that could be to kind of throw people off, a decoy, basically. But it's not verifiable. Hey, Laura, yes, Basil has crackers today. He's in here with me. He has crackers. He's got little dinner rolls. He's got everything he needs. Thank you for asking. That was very sweet of you. While I'm on Patreon, let's go over here since we are talking about Tyler. Saw something. Hold on. Hold on. This is from Plunder. And I've told you guys, if you guys if you haven't followed her on Patreon or joined her Patreon or followed her on YouTube, you should do so. This is video alleged homicider plays the piano. Download Tyler James Robinson's 3-page affidavit and probable cause PDF, which is what we were just looking at, but I have it on my Patreon too. Thought we would see this real quick. Hey, Chris. You're good, Addie. Right? Well, that was him playing the piano. I don't know if it's the furry community or what side, but I don't think anybody should be put down because of what they do or anything like that. And again, that's the problem with all this. Like it makes people look at a certain community as a whole and pass judgment, which I don't think is fair. I don't think we need to be doing that. Okay. I have this, but I have videos from the neighbors. So let's go over there. Let's go to YouTube. See, I don't think we need to, I don't know. Me personally, I don't, yes, he lives with a trans partner. I don't know. You could go down that road, I suppose, if as a YouTube creator, if you wanted to, but I'm going to try to stay the hell away from it. Okay, these two videos are from the neighbors speaking. Now, these are Tyler Robinson's neighbors, and then there's an FBI where they go in and search his apartment.
I understand that we have the neighbor of
Lord
Tyler
Jesus.
Robinson who are ready to speak with us. Miss Christian Schwarber, can you hear me okay this morning?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about your relationship with Tyler. How well did you know him?
Edith, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Let me see. Oh, and Curious Christine, thank you for the $4.99. The membership that was gifted just went to Australian Made. Thank you so much, Edith, for gifting a membership. That was so very sweet of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, Australian Made, to Speculation Station. I will grab the crazy train to pick you up. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Thank you so very much for that. And Curious Christine, thank you so much for the super sticker. It says, hiya, my love. I really appreciate that. And thank you so very much. That was so very sweet and supportive of y'all. And that really helps out the channel with getting FOIA requests and time and information and all that. I have not talked about the missing child, Lori Ann, not yet. And it's good to see you. Hey, Crime Time. Thank you guys so much for that. Charlie had argued the effects of drugs they endure to make changes that affect them adversely. Yeah, there's a lot of debate on that. And I just want to be careful because, like somebody had said, we don't need to point. I don't want this to become a manhunt for an entire community of people, whether it be trans community, furry community. That's not the case. There are people in every community that commit horrendous crimes and do horrific things because of several reasons. We as an adult have to be more responsible and not let any kind of ideology or feeling like we're going to make martyrdom by doing a horrific thing. Like you can't live your life like that. You can't make a decision to do a horrific thing thinking you're going to go down in history as a great poster child for a certain thing. And we can't be going after the community as a whole for these things. With his roommate being transgender, could it be related? Considering the markings on the bullets, it could be. But that person has cooperated fully with police and given them all the Discord messages. It's weird to me that that Tyler Robinson, the person who committed the quote unquote assassination of Charlie Kirk, messaged him about where the rifle was located and what he had done, and that he changed clothes. It does sound like they could have gotten together and planned that, but at the same time, like I just said, the roommate is cooperating fully with investigators as far as I know. It's something that we'll have to see, but again, even if the roommate is related and did help him plan this crime, it should not reflect on the transgender community as a whole, in my opinion. Hey, Abellis. Good to see you. Okay, this is a neighbor of Tyler's talking about him.
Tyler went to the school I was a head custodian at. I was at that school for 18 years. I know all three of his brothers also.
And one thing I want to ask you, is this something, I'm so sorry to cut you off. Is this something consistent with who you know him to be?
No, no, kid was smart, quiet. He never caused any problems.
Are you shocked by this?
It was a shock. Oh yes, I am shocked. Very shocked.
What can you tell him about us? What can you tell us about Tyler Robinson? You said you've known him for quite some time, as well as his siblings.
And we hear that a lot. They were quiet. They didn't really stand out or anything. That concerns me more so than their affiliation with who they love and what groups they're in. I think more about the people being quiet and not standing out. It makes me feel like they do these things because they want attention. They want to be noticed. They want to be loved and appreciated. And somewhere in the middle, it gets warped into thinking that by doing this, they will be loved and appreciated and noticed. And it makes me want to just go out and find that person that's extremely quiet and that you would never expect of doing something like this, and maybe talk to them and let them know that, make them feel noticed. You know what I mean? Like it's the quiet ones you have to worry about. And I used to be a quiet one, but I'm not anymore. I got a mouth from the South now, but I think they just want to be noticed. And if we just would start noticing more people that want to be noticed and be a little nicer, I think it would help. Tyler had previously debated with Charlie. Really, I did not know that. I'll look that up and see what we can find on it.
Kind of characteristics or anything that you could tell us and share about him?
What I know about Tyler is he was always very quiet. He was very smart. He had just a real mellow personality. Never caused any problems. He, like I said, he was smart and he kept to himself. And I don't know who his friends were as of now.
Is there any chatter in your neighborhood right now? I know you said you're shocked. Are neighbors having any conversation about Tyler?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. I haven't been out too much this morning. I've talked to a few people, but those people haven't lived here long enough. I've lived in the neighborhood for 16 years, just as long as they have. And I'm sure everybody in the neighborhood's shocked because most of these people have been here forever and know him as that kind of kid I did.
And has there been any activity at the family home this morning? We know there is a heavy police presence right now at Utah Valley University, but in your neighborhood, is it business as usual, pretty quiet, or is there an increased presence of law enforcement?
There's a little bit of law enforcement, a little.
I apologize. Yes, this is Tyler's neighbor. You shared the video in Discord. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm going to grab it right now. I was looking for it and I didn't find anything. I found, this that just tells us basically about the person and that there was a nearly 33-hour manhunt for him. But that's all I found. So I'll grab that video and thank you for that.
A little bit of a lot of news. The neighbors are out walking just to see. Their house is quiet, but their house is always really kind of busy on the weekends and early in the morning when they leave for school and work.
And Kristen, before we let you go, talk to us about, have you been following the Charlie Kirk shooting, the murder here at Utah Valley University, as the rest of not only the state, but the nation? And then to find out this morning that in fact your neighbor, Tyler Robinson, was arrested in connection with this shooting. What are your thoughts as we go back from Wednesday to where we're at now?
I did watch the press on the shooting pretty much all that day. My grandson happened to be at that rally.
Oh, wow.
And then this morning, my son texted me and said, "Hey, this is Tyler Robinson that lives 3 doors down." And I'm like, no, it can't be. And it was. And it's shocking. That's not who's in our neighborhood. And I feel for his mom. I love it.
I feel for his parents too, especially his dad being an officer and having to turn him in. That broke my heart. I don't see Ava. I was looking. I saw that you said hey to Ava Sim. I'm not seeing her on my side, and I don't know why. I did grab that video, Dandy, and thank you for that. We'll check that out.
Amber, she's a great mom, and he has a great dad.
And Kristen, did you see the images that police had released yesterday, that the FBI had released, the photos of the suspect? What were your impressions when you saw that and to where we're at this morning?
Yeah, did you recognize him? Did you say, hey, that's Tyler?
There you are.
Not in those pictures. I think he had covered his face well enough. But, I mean, I have their family photo on my phone, their new one, and I would have not noticed that was him.
And Miss Kristen, I want to ask you this. You mentioned his mom, Amber, saying she's a great mom. We know that Tyler right now is booked in the Utah County Jail. What message would you send to Tyler if you could say anything to him right now?
What social media were you on and what friends were you hanging around? Because I feel you can't come up with that on your own. I feel like there's some hate in this world, and it shouldn't be that way.
I think that, I don't know. I could see both sides of it. I could see how hanging out with certain people can influence you to do certain things. But at the end of the day, it was his decision. None of those people went out there and committed those crimes. He did. I get all the time because I have 4 children here that are like 1 year right after the other, and they'll say, "Oh, this one did it, and this one did it, and I only did this because that one did it." And we find ourselves all the time saying, "So if that one was to go and jump off a cliff, would you do the same?" Um, and just trying to show that you don't follow the other one to do something wrong. You stop and you say, "No, that's wrong. We don't need to do that." When did that stop happening? And is social media being so, I don't know, able to access everything at your fingertips, is that the downfall or downside of all that, of being able to access social media and see all these things? When did we stop saying, "No, that's wrong, and we're not going to do that because it's wrong"? Bella said, "So someone in his circle was trans and they didn't do this. He did." Right. LGBTQ plus people are everywhere. What about all of the straight people in his circles? And are they focusing on them too? Right. And that's my problem. Like, and again, like I said earlier, the actions of one person shouldn't reflect on a whole entire community of people. And that person is cooperating fully with investigators. So, I mean, it just, even if that person is found to be involved, which as of right now, they haven't been, they've been cooperating fully with law enforcement, as I showed you through the court documents. Even if that person is found to be involved, it shouldn't reflect on the community as a whole, because that's not fair. Again, is the actions of Susan Smith going to reflect on all mothers across the world? No, it doesn't. Are the actions of Stephen Stearns going to reflect on all men across the world? No, it doesn't. So why I don't like when people do that. It's not fair.
And you need to reconcile.
And when you said your grandson, and make sure I'm saying this correctly, was at that rally at UVU, what goes through your mind when you think my grandson is there and my neighbor, is a part of this, unfortunately, in a violent way?
Oh, I have mixed feelings. Mine is, I rather it been, and this sounds sad, just him than a mass shooting.
Ms. Kristen, thank you so much. We appreciate you for speaking with us this morning.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, I want to
Okay.
make sure that you have all the information.
All right, so that was that. I do have the video where they debated. I might have to refresh my page. And I've got another video real quick of some neighbors. So we'll play that and then we'll see where they debated, evidently.
Right, we want to go now to our Southern Utah correspondent, Kenan Seacrest. He's actually outside of the house of where Tyler Robinson was taken into custody. Kenan, talk to us more about the scene.
Yeah,
Hey,
I mean,
Mom.
we're more and more people showing up here. I actually found 2 residents here. You guys are both from Washington County area, and I just kind of pulled over. You guys showed up here earlier today, have been here for a little bit. Kind of talk to me about what it was like kind of finding out that something like this happened so close to where you guys live.
It was absolutely stunning. It was shocking, so unexpected. Not in
Right.
St. George,
Yeah.
not in St. George.
Not in this tight
And-
community that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Kind of talk to me. I mean, a lot of people, I think they said not in you said not in St. George, but up north, that's where the shooting happened and stuff. And to kind of see that the arrest was made here, he was able to travel all the way down. It's about a 4-hour drive from up there.
Mm-hmm.
Does it kind of shock you that an arrest was made here?
Absolutely. It shocks us.
Well, I can't believe with the FBI and the governor and Trump and everybody that was working on this, in 33 hours, they caught him. They figured out where he lived, but I never would have thought it would be anybody from here.
Yeah. This is a very conservative county.
Very.
I mean, and I think that's the idea, or what happens a lot of times when things like this happen, when a child goes missing, like we're going to talk about in a few minutes. You just think, it would never happen to you. It would never happen in your city, in your town, to your family, to your neighbors, to your sisters, brothers, cousins, husband. And it's hard when it does.
Conservative.
Yeah. A lot of older people, a lot of families.
Oh, thank you for saying
It
that.
just is not. It just doesn't make sense to us.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people are thinking the same thing. I have grown up here as well to see something like this happen, and it to be hit so close to home. Kind of talk to me. You guys said that, I mean, it's such a tight-knit community. Do you guys know who this person is, who the family is, and kind of anything about them?
I know nothing about him. Nothing.
Yeah. We just pulled up, and we talked to the lady down the street, and she was a school teacher.
She'd been a school teacher.
And she taught them, and her kids grew up with him.
Yeah, she's seen the children since they were just little guys.
And she says that they had no clue that this was something that would have happened because of his personality. There was just nothing.
Nothing.
No
red flags.
No.
Nothing.
Yeah.
He was a good kid.
And that's the problem. There's a lot of times these things are kept quiet. Even I catch myself saying, move in silence like lasagna. That's why we need to pay attention to the people who don't draw a lot of attention and don't get a lot people don't notice a lot. We need to make sure we're noticing them and making them feel loved, in my opinion. Donna said a school administrator in Canada reportedly made 10 to 11-year-old students watch the video of Charlie being shot and express support for it. I don't think that should be happening anywhere. I don't think anybody. I was traumatized after seeing that video, and I don't think anybody should be showing any child that video and expressing support on one side or the other at all, period. That's something that no child should ever see.
I mean, and they talked a lot about him getting very political just recently. So I think that a lot of people are shocked to hear this.
Oh, I don't even know what to say about that. I mean,
it just doesn't happen in St. George. I mean, I don't even lock my doors at night, because this is such a nice community, and it's family oriented, and it's elderly people, and it's just a nice community to live in. And to have something like this, to know that, now I don't live close by, but to have something like this, a mile and a half away from me.
It doesn't fit the profile at all. Not at all.
And you said a mile and a half away from you was where the arrest was made. Does it worry you? You said you don't even lock your doors at home. That's kind of the community that this is. Going forward, after something like this happens here in southern Utah, in Washington City, is that something that's maybe going to change for you guys?
No, not at all. I'm from Atlanta, lived in Miami. I've always lived in a big city, so I've always been very cautious.
I mean, if you're not locking your doors in this day and age, I think you should, honestly. But I don't think that this situation specifically should make you lock your doors, unless you've got like some kind of political flags flying or something to that effect. I don't think it's not like somebody kidnapped a child in their neighborhood. You know what I mean? Or somebody like there's an escaped inmate on the loose or something. The guy just lived in the area, and it was very targeted for one person. So I don't think it should affect the neighborhood in general by proxy.
Just the same, it's shocking, but it can happen anywhere, obviously.
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah, because I lived in San Jose, California for
I can't
40
either.
years.
40 years, yeah.
And I mean, everything happened down there. But
I agree.
That's just not something that happens here. So I'm not going to be concerned here. No.
Thank you guys so much for joining me. Guys, I mean, that's kind of what we know. It's a tight-knit community here, and a lot of people very shocked that something like this happened here in Washington City and the arrest was made here. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Cannon, thank you.
And just talking about that and what you just said, children soak up things like sponges. The trauma from watching that will stay with them. It certainly has done so for me. Y'all, I'm here to tell y'all, as y'all know, I don't have the correct emotional response to things as I should. And there's a lot of trauma and history behind that. But I'm here to tell you, like, I can look at photos of very graphic homicides and say, okay, this wound looks like, it could have been caused by this weapon or this weapon. And, graphic pictures that people around me are just like, oh my God, like, how can you even look at that? How can you do that? Like, they have to turn away. And I'm here to tell you, seeing what happened to Charlie live in real time, that video, it traumatized me. Someone who looks at very graphic things quite frequently and assesses them. So I don't, that no way, shape, or form should that have ever been shown to a child. My children don't even know what even is going on, as they shouldn't.
After watching this debate.
Okay, I'm going to share this. This is from Red Step Stacker. I'm going to drop it over here on my YouTube. I don't even know if anybody's watching on X. And I will, as long as I don't forget, I will put it in the description. Sometimes I do forget. This is from Red Step Stacker, and it's called Charlie Kirk Humiliated His Killer. I'm going to try to get it to the part where I guess it kind of starts pretty out the gate. All right, we're going to go right here. So, okay, let me preface this with, this is going to be a political debate. I am not watching it necessarily for what they are talking about or what topics they go into. I'm trying to understand the dialogue between the person who would later go on to commit the homicide of Charlie Kirk. If I had to guess, I would think it could be more related to this, hurting his ego, especially as a man. It could go more along the lines of Charlie Kirk might have hurt his ego, or he might have felt like Charlie Kirk disrespected him, more so than it being related to the trans roommate. The engravings on the bullet could be by proxy. Well, Charlie Kirk pissed me off and I'm mad and I'm going to do something about it. And I'm also going to add this in to stand up for something that he doesn't believe in or agree with by engraving the bullets to say these things. If that's just my thought process going into this. Oh, Hannah, you're on X. Hey, Hannah. Good to see you. Is that Hannah UK? Did you jump over to X? He's a mama's boy. Cane Corsos are fantastic dogs. Okay, so we're going to see what all happened here.
World, how smart you are. We'll give you our mic, not your bullhorn, so come on up. So now we know that you're like a blatant narcissist that needs attention at all times to cut in line.
Okay. Yeah, this is definitely making me think more of an ego thing. I'm going to go back a little bit to where the video starts because evidently he was saying something with a bullhorn.
After the debate, after debate is over.
Hold on. Here we go.
Since you're so smart, show the world how smart you are. We'll give you our mic, not your bullhorn, so come on up.
Hey, y'all. That's not him. Yeah, I was going to see.
So now
they said that's not him. I don't know if this is him or not.
Now we know that you're like a blatant narcissist that needs attention at all times to cut in line. Tell us what's so pressing that you needed to interrupt us before he could even talk.
I don't think that's him. Looking at it, I'm going to see if there's any names mentioned or anything like that, but that doesn't look like him. Scratch the paint. The bullet said Bella Chow, 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 chow. If you're G-A-Y, if you read this, you're G-A-Y-L-M-A-O and notices bulge, basically meaning noticing a bulge in the pants for somebody who's trying to appear female. Things like that. It's in the documents that I've read. That's not Robinson. It don't look like him to me.
So, let's talk about the 200 people deported without due process to El Salvador. I don't know if you saw.
I mean, and I can debunk this right now. Let's go real quick right here. Hold on. I'm going to show y'all how easy it is to debunk that. Hold on just a minute and we'll debunk this right now. I appreciate you sending it to me though, because if it had been him, it would have been very interesting. Where's the video? Here. This is what I want. All right. We're over here. I'm going to back this up. Listen to this guy speak. Listen to his voice.
Interrupt us before he could even talk.
So,
right here, the one with the bullhorn. Listen to his voice.
let's talk about the 200 people deported without due process to El Salvador. I don't know if you saw this morning, but a United States citizen was actually deported.
It was not a U.S. citizen. That's not correct.
Liar.
It's not a U.S. citizen. It was actually.
Come on.
Okay. So you got a good idea of his voice there. This is known footage of Tyler Robinson accepting a scholarship to a university. This is what his voice sounds like.
Congratulations. You have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship
Does
is
he?
available
Okay,
for
we'll
4
look.
years or 8 semesters.
Okay, so that's what his voice sounds like. They said he talks to more than one person. Okay, that's the bullhorn guy, so that's not him. This video just shows him, I think. Hold on. It just shows the bullhorn guy.
A company like Tesla or SpaceX. How about you say thank you for Elon Musk rescuing those astronauts that were stranded by.
Because
Actually,
of a debate.
I have changed my mind plenty of times. And I
That's
agree.
the
So
issue.
I actually agree. In fact, I agree so much that on board. Where's Wyatt? We need Wyatt.
That guy's definitely not him.
It's fine. Sir, please come up to the mic.
Do I need a permit to yell?
Please ask the next question.
Do I need a permit?
Please ask the next question.
All right. Do I need a permit to yell? Huh? Do I need a permit to yell?
All right. So I'm basically here for one thing. I'm basically the opposite end of the spectrum that he is. I'm in favor for a full abolition of abortion federally.
Okay.
So
I don't think that's
anyways,
him either. And it's about to end.
In my opinion, you know, our hats say "Make America Great Again," but I think it's
I don't think that video shows our guy. He might be. I don't think that is related necessarily to this what happened. The fact that he's from a Mormon family, honestly. Okay. Had a couple of things. This is where he got arrested, I guess.
News starts now on ABC4. Glad to have you with us tonight. I'm Brian McElhatton. Our top story, a suspect is in the Utah County Jail tonight, accused of shooting and killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk on Wednesday. Today, police took 22-year-old Tyler Robinson into custody in St. George after his family turned him in.
You think it's him? I'll grab the video and drop the link if you want to look more into it. You think it's him too, Shelby? Okay. Well, let me see we'll go back to it in just a second and see what the guy said beforehand. Maybe I'm wrong. It won't be the first time and it won't be the last.
Ending the over 36-hour-long manhunt. And tonight, the widow, Erika Kirk, supporters for the first time, speaks publicly for the first time since her husband's murder. And we have team coverage of that for you on the latest developments. Mackenzie Diaz at UVU's first soccer match since the shooting. She has reactions from students tonight. But we begin with Jordan Tracy with more on Erika Kirk's remarks and what we know about the accused shooter tonight, Tyler Robinson.
Well, Brian, it was a breakthrough day for the investigation.
Okay. That doesn't, I thought it showed video footage of him being arrested. It goes into Erika's remarks, which we're going to look at in just a minute. Let's see.
Since learning the alleged shooter's identity, Fox 13 News has been learning more about him. Fox 13 News reporter Spencer Joseph spoke with some who know Robinson. He joins us live now from Washington City and Robinson's parents' home. Spencer.
That's not me, that's them. Her speech was horrible? Oh no. Okay, what the hell?
is the clarification on whether this was actually where he was arrested. This address is listed on his charging documents. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he was arrested here, but we have been reporting, and one thing that I do want to mention has happened in the last half an hour is the DA has started to look at that gray Dodge Challenger in the driveway. They actually lifted up the hoods. You could see they were dusting for prints. So this is still an active scene at this point.
I want to jump over here real quick to this 48-second video that shows them taking his car into custody, since that's what they just talked about.
I'm here outside the home of the parents of the suspected shooter of Charlie Kirk. While it's quiet right now, a team from the FBI arrived not long ago. They got out, prepped everything, and have since entered the home. A few of them investigated the gray Charger in the parking lot that we've seen in surveillance video provided by the FBI. Now the FBI is delving into
That's a nice car.
Right now, it's a very quiet neighborhood. We spoke to a few neighbors who mentioned just how shocked they were that something like this would happen in their town. Police have this whole area blocked off. As you can see, there's quite a bit of media here. Lots of people coming to take a look, but we've kind of pushed back to this area so that they can go ahead and investigate.
All right, now we'll go back over here.
The FBI is combing every part of this home. The Washington City Police is here as well, making sure that there are no people either contaminating that crime scene or going in and out of the home without making sure that they're supposed to be in this area. Now, let's talk about Robinson himself. He's 22 years old. And what we know is that neighbors say he was very quiet. He was very reserved. A lot of people were saying he was very intelligent in school. They say he got very good grades, but he was very quiet, but non-political is the big thing. No one really talked about him being political. Now, we know from various reports from family members that he had become more political in recent years and months, even to the point where at a dinner recently, he brought up that Charlie Kirk was going to UVU and expressed that he disagreed with Charlie Kirk's views. Now, one other thing that I do want to mention is at first, he did go to Utah State University. He never attended UVU where the shooting occurred, but he did go to Utah State for one semester. Most recently, he's been at Dixie Technical College. That's across town here in St. George.
Now, I had heard he had went to the college where Kirk was shot for a semester, but that's actually not correct. Evidently, where we saw him accepting the scholarship online, that was when he went for one semester. If I had to guess, maybe his grades weren't high enough. I don't know, but he switched to the community college for whatever reason, per the news.
And that is where he was studying electrical. He was getting his electrical apprenticeship program, and the college confirmed that to us today. Now, I talked to a fellow classmate of his who just graduated and says that he actually took classes with Robinson, said he was very quiet, but this classmate was shocked to hear the news.
It's just been a shock ever since I found out about the incident. And then I heard that he's from St. George, and I'm like, man, that's crazy. And then I see a picture of him, and I'm like, I know this guy. I've seen him. I'm pretty sure I went to school with him. And then talking with other classmates.
I don't know what just happened.
Realizing, like we for sure went to school with him, and I remember where he sat in comparison to me and seeing him every day. From what I remember, he sat by himself in the back of the class. So
that's the people you need to talk to. He looks like that singer. And I was over here on X and I found this video we're going to look at, but it starts with the guy in red. So we're going to check that out in just a second and see if it shows somebody else.
I don't remember everyone ever sitting next to him.
We also were able to get these
I'm
photos.
so sorry.
These are
Hey,
from a
Brady.
yearbook that he was in from Pineview High School. You could see him pictured here in various pages in that yearbook. This was actually sent in by a viewer of Fox 13 who was watching on and saw the news come out. Obviously, this is a very dynamic situation, changing. We're learning new details, seeing new things come up as we're here on scene, seeing the FBI go through different parts of this home. So we're going to continue to stay out here, continue to talk to people, and bring you the latest information as we learn it. But for now, live in Washington City, Spencer, Fox 13 News, Utah.
All right, Spencer, thank you so much. Fox 13 News Southern Utah reporter.
I'm at an apartment complex just off River Road in St. George, where the Highway Patrol and other police agencies have cordoned off an area of these apartments. The FBI is also on the scene. Neighbors tell us that this apartment belongs to the suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting. A New York Times reporter and I showed a picture of Tyler Robinson, the sixth grader Ollie Holt, and his mom, who live in the complex.
The face is exactly the same. I saw him. He was acting kind of nervous and scared. So I asked him, and he said he didn't have anything for me to do. So then I went to other doors.
Ollie said he's scared, knowing that he talked with a suspect just last week. He kept saying how he remembered him being nervous. Ollie's mother, Shelby, told me she has lived in the complex for a year and her boyfriend's been here for 2 years. I talked with a boyfriend, Jesse Riley, on the phone. He said he knows the suspect was gone because his gray Dodge Challenger wasn't around in the last few days and it was easier to park. Authorities say Robinson was seen leaving the area of the Utah Valley University shooting in a gray Dodge Challenger. And such a car was seen earlier in the day in front of the Washington City home identified as his parents. Other neighbors I talked to said they saw a person they said matched Robinson's description entering and leaving the apartment, but had little interaction. They say several students from Dixie Tech live in the complex. That school announced earlier in the day that the suspect attended there. From St. George, Chris Reed, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Hold on.
Since learning the alleged...
Sorry. All right, let's go over here. This one I saw started with the guy in red. So
Is here. This freedom of speech, if you don't like it.
oh, it is going to show the guy with the bullhorn.
Why don't come up to the mic? Come on. Come up to the mic. Come on. Come on. Come up to the mic. No, come on. Come up to the mic.
Hold on. A lot of people think this is it. I want that car too.
Since you're so smart, show the world how smart you are. We'll give you our mic, not your bullhorn. So come on up. So now we know that you're like a blatant narcissist that needs attention at all times to cut in line. Tell us what's so pressing that you needed to interrupt us before he could even talk.
I don't think it's the same person. I think the facial structure is different to me. I'll play it and we can listen to him talk. I hear a complete difference in their voice as well, but we'll watch it.
So let's talk about the 200 people deported without due process to El Salvador. I don't know if you saw this morning, but a United States citizen was actually deported.
It was not a U.S. citizen. That's not correct.
Liar.
It's not a U.S. citizen. It was actually...
Come on.
No, it was someone...
Okay, and I do want to add, as we watch this, I don't necessarily want to get into the debates that they're debating about. We're kind of just trying to watch and see if this person is Tyler Robinson, because evidently people are saying it is. I don't think it is. I don't think they look alike. I can see a difference in the chin. Although the nose looks similar, they look different to me, the chin specifically, and they sound different as well. But we can watch it so that maybe we can get a better understanding.
Someone that was living here. Yeah, it was not a U.S. citizen.
Hey, this guy just lies. It's not.
No.
Hey, no. You want to have a debate, but you don't.
It was not a U.S. citizen. First of all,
You want to have a debate, but you actually don't debate. There's nothing more ill-fated.
Okay.
Hey, Becky.
So we already have a mic.
Very different. Yeah.
Name 2 times where you've changed
Show me you're losing without telling me you're losing.
What? So you're just going to lie?
Well, first of all, it's not a U.S. citizen. He was living here for a while. He was part of MS-13. Answer yes or no.
Okay.
Should members of a terrorist organization be able to stay in the United States after they've murdered, raped, and gone after American citizens?
Obviously, no.
So we have deported those people back to their country.
The Fifth Amendment
That's what they've done.
calls for
The
due
Fifth
process.
Amendment does not apply to foreign
That's
citizens
bullshit.
that are
It
here
says
illegally.
all persons.
No. It's only to U.S. citizens.
That's a f***ing lie. He's a liar.
So, okay.
He can't debate. He just
Okay,
lies.
you've now sworn like 3 times. Let's just
What,
calm
you don't
down
like
a little
freedom
bit.
of speech?
Well, I mean, you could say whatever you want if you want to make a fool of yourself, but we do have like 10-year-olds here and 11-year-olds, so
I
can we
don't
have some
care.
decency?
Whatever.
Okay, you don't care. You're a typical leftist because you only care about yourself,
Who said I was
not
a
about
leftist?
the other people.
Who said I was a leftist?
Well, it's very clear by how you're acting. Let me ask you a question. Should we be able to deport terrorists that are here in the United States?
With due process.
And we gave them due process.
What was the due process?
They were part of
Then
MS-13.
how
It
did
was
a per-
very clear.
No,
and
that
now
is
they're
not
in an
true.
El Salvadorian jail.
That literally
But
isn't true.
most
Also, why wouldn't
importantly,
they just get deported? Why would they get sent to a jail?
well,
That-
deported to a jail. By the way, many of these people
not even their country. They're not from.
All right, I'm gonna stop this before my chat gets. I don't want anybody to get heated because, we all feel some type of way about it. I agree. This guy's a narcissist, screaming in the mic and not caring about children being there. I really don't think it's the same person personally. Queen Olive said, no, it's not him. I watched a video of him reading. Right. I pulled that up just a second ago, and I'll pull it up again for comparison. Now, keep in mind, I do get that he's with his family in this college acceptance video. But I don't think his voice is that different. The guy that's speaking, his voice is a lot deeper.
Okay.
Congratulations. You have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah.
His voice is Tyler's voice that has been confirmed, and you can see the chin is different. The chin is different, and the eyes aren't as set back as this guy's are. His eyes are deeper, set back in his skull, and he's got this, and the chin is more rounded on him, whereas this verified video of Tyler, the chin is more pointed. And I don't think you can have a voice that's
many of these people were already in prisons
Hold on.
for crimes that they committed against the United States of America. So do we have a right to decide who is
a trial?
If they
That's
got
the
that,
problem.
if they got that, it would take us 10 years to deport like 200 people. We have a constitutional right to be under the 8 million
Congress
people
has
over the
to-
last 4
Congress
years.
has to declare it an act of
Actually,
war.
that's not correct.
okay. You can hear how deep his voice is, and I can go back to the beginning if we need to, and then listen to Tyler's.
Selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship is available for 4 years or 8 semesters.
I don't, even if he's heated and yelling, I don't think that his voice would get that deep. I don't. There's a MASH episode where a Korean says, you guys all look alike to me. That is funny. Chucka, good to see you. Unless I got my zeros wrong, in 20 days, the subsides that expanded Medicaid that made the ACA work will be ending death sentence for me and many people in poverty. How much publicity will the deaths get? Good question. And it's sad. It's sad. It's sad that that's going on. I don't know much about it. I haven't looked into it personally, but if that is the case, I don't know. I could go on and on about the homeless and disabled veterans and a lot that's going on in this country. Yeah, I think the face shape is completely different as well. Tyler was a teenager when he got that letter. Do you think his voice... Okay, let me play this again.
You have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University.
So he's got a 5 o'clock shadow. He's got... his hair has started to grow and he's hit puberty. I'm not trying to be graphic, but he's got his man voice, okay? Because he's obviously hit puberty here. Now his voice will change, but would it change to this extent? And the face is
Congress
different
never
too.
declared war against Iraq. We never declared.
Hold on.
Praise God. So if
Lord
the
have mercy.
commander
I
in
want to hear
chief
that guy speak.
labels an invasion, it is an invasion. So when Venezuela opens up their prisons and sends in and to the interior of the United States, we have the right.
proof.
We have give you proof. The Venezuelan government has been found with a bipartisan
I'm going to
congressional
go back
study
so we can hear
that they
more
have
of
been.
him speaking.
No, come on, come up.
Right here.
So now we know that you're like a blatant narcissist that needs attention at all times to cut in line. Tell us what's so pressing that you needed to interrupt us before he could even talk.
So let's talk about the 200 people deported without.
You think, I don't think his voice changed to that extent. Plus, even the stance and the and his stance here, this guy is a lot more confident. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Hold on.
Received the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship is available for 4 years or 8 semesters.
Okay. This guy is a lot more confident in his stance, in his posture, in his posture, in his he's very much more confident. He does not seem like the type to sit back and be very quiet about things. And I get that, if Tyler was there and if it did actually look like him and sound like him, Tyler could have been in, taking part in something that he felt very strongly about, and therefore be more aggressive and more confident in himself. But I just don't think it's the same guy. If the voice sounded similar and the chin was the same and the other things that were different about him were the same, then I would say, yeah, it could be the same person and he could just be more confident in this situation where he's debating Charlie Kirk. But even the personality type doesn't match. Tyler was very quiet, withdrawn. We heard from the neighbors about how he was just not well. He was very withdrawn. This guy is it seems like he's going to be the type to walk in a room and be noticed. Good question. What college is this at, Donna? I'm not sure. Let me see if it'll tell me. Well, I mean, hell, if they're saying this is Tyler, I don't even know if they would have the right college. Because they might say it took place at Utah and you don't even know. I don't know. It doesn't say. The video is right here, but I'm not going to be able to get the posting, and it's only one post, okay? Which, a lot of these are only one post. Like here you can see his stance. I don't want to sound rude, but he's kind of meek, you know what I mean? Which would make sense. Hey, Miss Sarah. Excuse me. And I get that he's angry, but that guy's got a completely different personality type, in my opinion. I just don't think it's him. But let me try to grab you the link so you can study it more if you want. If I can figure out how to do it. Nope. Yep, here. Okay. I'm going to drop it in chat just in case if you want to go there and look at it more and try to determine what you think or share it out or whatever. That's the link for X, and I'll share the one for YouTube too. I just don't think it's the same guy. And I saw something else I want to play, and I've got to move on because I've got a lot of stuff on Ruby, the missing child, that we need to talk about. I see 2 videos here I want to play. This one. Okay. That's not even related. Like, why? I don't know. It might be from a post or something talking about he was just arrested and SWAT came in, and so they shared a video of something else. This person says they went to school with Tyler, which we're going to see a lot of that. What the crap is that? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Oh, wrong one. Hold on. There we go.
I went to school with this Tyler Robinson kid. I'll show y'all. That's him right there. Tyler Robinson. I'm not trying to clout chase, make this shit about me, but I'm not gonna say I knew this kid really well. I didn't know him very well at all, but I definitely saw him for 3 straight years in high school. And the best way I could describe him is just like a Reddit kid. I don't know. I feel like if you were in high school around that same time and
What is a Reddit kid? Look, y'all, I don't know nothing about Reddit. Some of my mods be on Reddit like crazy. I don't know nothing about Reddit. I don't mess around there. What is a Reddit kid?
even probably now, 2018, and then those kinds of kids. But that's exactly what he was. All I'm gonna say is this is the kind of shit that happens when you spend way too much time online, and all of a sudden your beliefs
True.
are all the way this way or all the way this way, and you do some dramatic shit to please these people that are not your friends.
Exactly.
This internet shit is seriously no joke.
Oh, they're gonna get mad at me because the TikTok sound played. I agree with that. People need to be getting out and touching grass, okay? Reddit is very left wing. Really? You don't have X. Okay, love. We'll go back over here and I'll grab the video from over here. Okay. This is the video from YouTube, my love. So you can go check that out if you'd like to do that. All right. I'm going to go to the speech that his wife gave, and because after this I've got to move on to talk about Ruby. Now I want to remind you that this is Charlie Kirk's wife, okay? Regardless of where you lean, this should not have happened. She has 2 small children, a boy and a girl, who will never know their dad. Her husband will never walk through that door again. He was 31 years old, y'all. Not even half of his life lived. This woman is hurt. She is angry. This crime was senseless. So I want to remind y'all of that before we go into this. And I want to give you a trigger warning. But again, please understand that she lost her husband, the father of her children, probably her best friend, the love of her life. For what? For what? You know? Okay, love. After this, I think this is says it's a 23-minute video. So in about I'd say 25, 30 minutes, I'll be talking about Ruby. Okay. If you want to come back. Tanya said, I commend her strength for sure. I do too. God, I couldn't imagine.
Police have been at Robinson's home in Washington,
share it
Utah,
real quick.
all throughout the day. He's been booked tonight on several charges, including suspicion of aggravated murder. Investigators say he indicated to a family member that he was responsible for Kirk's death. Fox's Kaylee Schuyler has the latest tonight on this tragedy from Spanish Fork, Utah, where the suspect is being held.
He loved his life. He loved America.
Charlie Kirk's widow holding back tears as she speaks about her husband's life and legacy.
My husband laid down his life for me.
All right, let me go to the actual website. Should have known that it would be on Charlie's website. Hold on. Oh, it's a 30-minute video, but I don't know that I'm going to watch all of it. It's definitely not a 30-minute video. Okay, it's about a 15-minute video. Let me share this link.
Jesus.
Oh my God. I haven't seen this. Trigger warning.
Good evening. My name is Erika Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband. I first want to thank the local, state, and federal law enforcement who worked tirelessly to capture my husband's assassin so that he can be brought to justice. I want to thank the first responders who struggled heroically to save Charles's life, and the police who acted bravely to make sure that there were no other victims on that terrible afternoon.
Y'all, to add fuel to the fire with this, I did pin the link to this video specifically. Could you imagine your husband that at the ripe young age of 31 years old, not only being this homicide being committed just because of political views and expressing freedom of speech, but seeing it on the internet, because if we've seen it, she's seen it. Could you imagine knowing the person, that personally loving that person being your husband, and seeing him get shot in the neck and all that blood come out and him just fall back like that, and then the video of them carrying him to the Jeep trying to save his life? Like, it's giving me goosebumps right now. I could not. Yeah, and right, yep, thank you, Tanya. She was there with the kids and saw it in person, and I think she was in the front row. These nuts, that poor woman, I saw when it was put out, the poor kids. I couldn't imagine. Jesus. And thank you for reminding me of that. She was there with the kids, I do believe, when this happened. God, I can't. I could not. I can't even begin to imagine what she's going through. And my heart goes out to her.
I want to thank the officers who have protected our Turning Point USA family these past 2 days. And I want to thank the Turning Point USA board, the COO, Justin Strife, and my husband's chief of staff, the amazing Mikey McCoy, for all their work in these terrible days to be the stability for our family and for the wider Turning Point USA family as well. My heart is with every one of my husband's employees who lost a friend and a mentor. I want to thank the staffers.
What?
His amazing Charlie Kirk show, who helped him broadcast from this studio, this chair.
Oh my God. These nuts said someone 3D printed him at the point of impact, and there are shirts of that moment too. Jesus. Good gracious. Good Lord in the morning. Sweet baby Jesus. That is ridiculous. There's conflicting info on if she was there. Okay. I hope and pray to God she wasn't. But even if she wasn't, she's seen it.
He loved what he did.
That's good.
I want to thank the millions of people who have shown their love for Charlie here in Phoenix, across America, and worldwide. I want to thank my husband's dear friend, Vice President Vance, and his phenomenal wife, Usha, for their love and support. You guys honored my husband so well, bringing him home. You both are tremendous. I want to thank President Trump and his incredible family for the same. Mr. President, my husband loved you.
Oh.
And he knew that you loved him too. He did.
Oh.
Your friendship was amazing. You supported him so well, as did he for you. 2 days ago, my husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his Savior and his God. Charlie always said that when he was gone, he wanted to be remembered for his courage and for his faith.
Right.
And one of the final conversations that he had on this earth, my husband witnessed for his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Now and for all eternity, he will stand at his Savior's side, wearing the glorious crown of a martyr. Charlie loved life. He loved his life. He loved America. He loved nature, which helped him always bring him closer to God.
I can relate to that. So this video was streamed live 19 hours ago. Let me see when he was caught. I think it was. I mean, we were talking about it yesterday. And that would have been about 24 hours ago. So probably right after he was caught. says September 12th, but that is all I've got. I know when I was coming live at 1:30, he had been caught, and it's 3:18 now. So I would think, yeah, it says 1 day ago, and see these up here say like 6 hours, 10 hours, 5 hours. So I think it's been at least 24 hours. So this might have been relatively close to like after he was caught. Abellis.
He loved the Chicago Cubs. And my goodness, did he love the Oregon Ducks? Want me to say go Ducks?
Okay,
so
yeah,
I have
thank
to
you.
since they play on Saturday. So go Ducks. But most of all, Charlie loved his children. And he loved me with all of his heart. And I knew that. Every day I knew that. He made sure I knew that every day. Every day he would ask me, how can I serve you better? How can I be a better husband? How can I be a better father? Every day. Every day. He was such a good man. He still is a good man. He was the perfect father. He was the perfect husband. Charlie always believed that God's design for marriage and the family was absolutely amazing, and it is. It is, and it was the greatest joy of his life. And over, he would tell all these young people to come and find their future spouse, become wives and husbands and parents. And the reason why is because he wanted you all to experience what he had and still has.
Oh.
He wanted everyone to bring heaven into this earth through love and joy that comes from raising a family.
Sorry.
It's beautiful.
Really?
Charlie always said that if he ever ran for office, I know a lot of you asked if he ever was going to, but privately he told me if he ever did run for office that his top priority would be to revive the American family. That was his priority. One of Charlie's favorite Bible verses was Ephesians 5, verse 25.
I find it really, I'm glad that she has the comfort of knowing that he loved her and their children so much. There's videos of him with his children and her like on vacations and things on the internet, and you can just tell that he adores his children so much. And I hate that he died this way, but I'm glad she has the comfort of knowing how much he really loved her, asking her every day how he could serve her better. That's something I've never heard of. And that, I mean, it sounds like a very profound father and husband. And I'm glad that she did know that while they were together.
Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. My husband laid down his life for me, for our nation, for our children. He showed the ultimate and true covenantal love. I will never, ever have the words to describe the loss that I feel in my heart. I honestly have no idea what any of this means. I know that God does, but I don't. But Charlie, baby, I know you do too. I know you do. So does our Lord.
Hey, Thriller. Good to see you and nice to meet you, Thriller Reader. I like your name. Thriller Reader said he should have had better security, and I agree 100% with that. From what I understand, there was only 6 campus security agents there. But you did see his people move pretty quickly to get him out of there. But the fact that the shooter was on the roof or allegedly on the roof, and you know, we see the video of the guy saying there's a shooter, there's somebody on the roof. I just saw him run across. And we've looked at those videos over the past couple of days. and they were alerted to that, and nobody really did anything. And then we see the video of the actual shooter getting off the roof. I mean, deductive reasoning, sorry, can tell us that that video was probably legit and nobody did anything. It's very concerning, very, very concerning.
And our world is filled with evil. But our God, you guys, our God is so good. He's so incredibly good. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good.
Yes, he was.
For those who are called according to his purpose. Already I have seen the worldwide outpouring of love for my husband. I've heard the testimonies from people my husband inspired to get married, to start families, to seek out a relationship with God. It's the most important one of all. The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. And this,
I want to be very careful because I again, as I've stated, I cannot imagine her pain, but we also don't need to say something that could be warped or twisted into condoning violence. So I want to add that here. I want to go with the thought that she's not condoning violence of any kind, and I don't think that's what she means to do. Again, I don't think any of us could imagine the pain that she's in right now. So I want to be respectful. But I just want to say we've got to be very, very careful not to condone violence of any kind.
This world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it. It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever. My husband's mission will not end, not even for a moment. And one of Charlie's greatest talents was his ability, this phenomenal ability to choose great people to follow him. He could always find the ones who could handle any setback. And it's
I didn't mean to pause it right there. I just yeah, Harlot, she said a battle cry. We have to be careful again, like I said earlier. I don't think that her husband, I think her husband, like what he was trying to do, the business he created, and their beliefs and systems should be remembered and carried on by her if that's what she intends to do, and the people that are on his side and standing behind her. I think about when we saw the press conference and the FBI came out and the president came out and everybody came out and they lowered the flags to half staff, and a lot of people knew him personally and were personally hurt by what happened. I think that he will forever be remembered and this crime will forever be remembered, unfortunately. But we have to be careful not to wage a war violence. A war with debate and talking about different ideologies and viewpoints is acceptable, but not violence. We have to be very careful at this point not to promote violence. Baseball, thank you for being here, said the vast majority of Democrats don't own firearms. They are currently being blamed for something tragic that was done by a far-right grouper from a MAGA and NRA family is sickening and dangerous. So I want to be very careful because we say that Democrats don't own guns, but then we are going to blame MAGA and NRA or say that he was part of that. I don't know that he was part of either. And I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like I said earlier, when we talked about his roommate possibly being trans or part of the furry community, I don't think that we need to blame any political group, any group of any type, any group of any type for this. This is the action of one person who did something horrible. Just like I related it earlier in case you weren't here. For instance, are we going to blame all women or say all women are bad because of what Susan Smith did to her children? Are we going to say all men are evil, sick predators because of what Stephen Stearns did? You know what I'm saying? We can't blame an entire group of people, whether it be Democrat, whether it be MAGA, whether it be far right or far left, transgender, furry, LGBTQIA+. We can't blame the community as a whole. This is the thoughts and actions of one person, regardless of what groups he's on internet. Even if somebody was like promoting somebody doing something to Charlie Kirk, like exactly like what happened, at the end of the day, he's the one who did it. He's the one who chose to do it. People say a lot of things online, and you've got to be adult enough if you're in those conversations or you're in those groups to say, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to, go commit a horrific homicide for these reasons, I think. And that's just my thought. Lori said she isn't promoting violence. She's saying his memory or beliefs will not be in vain. She does not sound vengeful to me, but I get she does sound vengeful to me, but I get that she's in pain, right? Yeah, I think Democrats do own guns quite a bit. Harlot said, first thing Trump did was put out an address from the Oval Office talking about how the left is so bad and so violent when they had no idea who did it. The exact opposite of what was needed. And I concur. I agree with that. We should not be doing that at all because it's just going to cause more violence. Andy said, a Christian as they claim to be, I don't think violence will be their road. Again, I do not follow him, never been on Turning Point, but I don't think violence is what she was talking about, just my opinion. I agree, and I thank you guys for putting that out there. And maybe I'm taking it the wrong way. And she might not be, but I just want to put out that or reiterate that I don't condone violence. And if she was talking about that, that's not what we need to do. If she's not, then just don't take it that way. But I probably repeat myself a lot. I could not imagine what she's going through. I could not even begin to imagine the pain that she is feeling right now. And my heart and deepest sympathies go out to her. I cannot even begin to fathom how hurt she is right now.
People to follow him. He could always find the ones who could handle any setback. And it's almost like he knew. He could see it in you. Even when you couldn't see it in yourself, he just knew. He knew you could handle it. You thought you only had 5% left, and he knew you had 15. He knew you were ready to go that extra mile even when you didn't. He always challenged people around him to work harder and to be better. He never gave up. And I love knowing that one of his mottos was never surrender. So I want to tell you that we'll never surrender. We never will. Ever. Ever. Our campus tour this fall will continue. There will be even more tours in the years to come. America Fest here in Phoenix this December will go on. It will be greater than ever. The radio and podcast show that he was so proud of will go on.
I'm glad to hear that she is going to make sure that all of the things that he did continue for the people who listen to those podcasts and who go to those tours and things. I'm glad to know that everything is going to continue and they're going to live his legacy, continue his legacy by doing these things. Yeah, I never surrender. To what? Yeah, I get that too. I was questioning that as well. I guess never surrender to not having freedom of speech is the way I'm going to go down that road. Basically being silenced for your thoughts, opinions, and speculations. And I agree, we should not be silenced for our freedom of speech, no matter what side of the aisle that you fall on, right? They're to true beliefs, right? We have freedom of speech in this country, and everybody should be able to express that. Democrat, Republican, far left, far right, trans, LGBTQIA plus, furry community, man, woman, child, student, teacher, all of us. We have freedom of speech, and we should all be able to express our freedom of speech and not have to worry about getting gunned down just for having debates and things like that. Like that's what I feel about it.
And in a world filled with chaos, doubt, and uncertainty, my husband's voice will remain, and it will ring out louder and more clearly than ever, and his wisdom will endure. My favorite too, but my husband's favorite word in the English language was earn. He would call all of you to be people of action who earn the future America deserves. So to all of the young people who felt inspired by my husband's faith and hard work, all of you already know what Charlie would want you to do. You know. You know. If you're in high school or if you're in college, go find your local Turning Point USA chapter. Join it. Stay involved. He wants you to make a difference. And you can. You can. The movement's not going anywhere, and it will only grow stronger when you join it. If there isn't a chapter, you can't find one, then start one. There is no excuse. You can start one. And as my husband used to say in this room, every single day, if you want to get involved, the best way you can do that is going to tpusa.com. That's what he would say every day from this chair. Every single day. I watched his show every day, and he would always say, if you want to get involved, go to tpusa.com. If you're a pastor, join our movement at TPUSA Faith. And if you're a parent, I highly recommend that you come to America Fest in December. Sign up right now for that because we would love to see you. I would love to see you. Charlie would. He'll be there. He'll be there in spirit. Bring your kids, bring your family. But most important of all, if you aren't a member of a church, I beg you to join one. A Bible-believing church. Our battle is not simply a political one. Above all, it is spiritual.
And I think we also need to remember that Charlie Kirk was a very outspoken individual about his beliefs. And I think that, her by proxy, especially after something like this happening, is also going to carry that torch and be a very outspoken person about her beliefs. I mean, that's just who he was as a person. And so therefore, more than likely, the person that he's married to, his best friend, his wife, the mother of his children, is going to be the same way. Chucka said, Charlie Kirk is getting the battle cry they need. His dad turned in the young man. The Trump administration, did nothing to catch him. I don't appreciate the tweet that was put out, but I think the FBI did move quickly. I don't want to, again, I just have to be very careful about saying this one's wrong or anything like that. Abraham said, regardless, that doesn't give anyone the right to take a life. And that's where I'm at with it. Regardless, no one should be taking any lives. It can be easy to take things out of context when caught up in emotion. Let's remember to love and come to a Hey y'all, the breaker flipped. Hold on. To finish the comment while I'm trying to boot my computer back up. Hold on a minute. I'm here. Okay. He just got it back on. All right. Solistic Glow said, it can be easy to take things out of context when caught up in emotion. Let's remember to love and come to agreement. Violence is not the answer. And I concur with that statement. 100% violence is not the answer and should never be the answer. Hold on just a minute. All right, my computer's on. I hope y'all can hear me. It's frozen. Lord of mercy. All right, I'm getting logged in. Let me turn my hotspot on. Lord phone. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Okay. Lord have mercy. All right, I'm coming in the studio. Sorry about that. Okay. Let me pull this back up. My breaker flipped and I lost service. I apologize. All right. I had to go from my phone and I can't share my screen from my phone. All right. I'll back it up just a little bit.
If you're a pastor, join our movement at TPUSA Faith. And if you're a parent, I highly recommend that you come to America Fest in December. Sign up right now for that because we would love to see you. I would love to see you.
The kids evidently were making popcorn, and when they plugged in the popcorn maker, it flipped the breaker, I'm assuming. And so popcorn took down the live. Thank you for that. Abraham said, life is precious and should be valued. He was loved by someone, and taking him away is unfair. And I agree completely. Once upon a time in a galaxy far, far away. Or agree to disagree. My best friend and I disagree politically, but for 43 years, we just don't talk about that. And she's my very best friend in the whole world. I agree. I mean, I think that we can agree to disagree. You know what I mean? Let me, my internet's not real strong on my phone. So when my other one comes up, yeah, he wasn't joking. When my other internet comes up, if my signal is too weak, I will reconnect it. Hannah said we have mostly peaceful protests here in the UK, despite what MSN tries to say. 1 to 3 million people protesting and very few arrests until the government starts rounding people up for social media posts. No doubt. There does need to be more tolerance and empathy in this world. I agree completely.
Charlie would. He'll be there. He'll be there in spirit. Bring your kids, bring your family. But most important of all, if you aren't a member of a church, I beg you to join one. A Bible-believing church. Our battle is not simply a political one. Above all, it is spiritual. It is spiritual. The spiritual warfare is palpable. Charlie loved his Savior with all of his heart, and he wanted every one of you to know him too. He wanted everyone to know that if they confess the Lord Jesus Christ who rose from the dead, then they will be saved. Hear me when I say this.
That's
Nobody
true.
is ever too young to know the gospel. Nobody. Nobody is ever too young to get involved with saving this beautiful country, this country my husband loved and still loves. And nobody is ever too old either. There's no age limit. I know my husband is still here. He's watching over us. I don't remember the last time I slept.
Oh God.
I couldn't
Can't
sleep last
imagine.
night. And Charlie, baby. Charlie, I promise I will never let your legacy die, baby. I won't. I promise I'll make Turning Point USA the biggest thing that this nation has ever seen. I promise. Charlie, I love you. I love you, baby. Rest in the arms of our Lord as he blankets you with the words I know your heart always strived to hear. Well done, my good and faithful servant. When I got home last night, Gigi, our daughter, just ran into my arms. And I talked to her and she said, Mommy, I missed you. I said, I miss you too, baby. She goes, where's Daddy? What do you tell a 3-year-old? She's 3.
Damn.
I said, baby, Daddy loves you so much. Don't you worry. He's on a work trip with Jesus, so he can afford your blueberry budget.
Aww.
And my goodness, am I so humbled to witness Charlie, you alongside Jesus right now, doing what you always want to do, baby. Making heaven crowded, right? That's what it's all about. Making heaven crowded.
That's really sad. Like, yeah, what do you tell a 3-year-old and their son is just a baby? Like, how do you, he's not even going to know his father, but he'll know the legacy. And I mean, she's very hurt and very upset because this was a completely senseless crime. And her saying that she wants to keep his everything going and make it louder than ever. I think that she's looking at his legacy basically and making sure that it's upheld. Oh yeah, I hope they weren't looking when it happened either. I hope they weren't there. There's rumors that they weren't even there, and hopefully that's true. But like I said earlier, even if they weren't there, they saw it online. Hey Norma, good to see you because we've all seen it. You know, she is very brave.
I can't wait to see you again one day. Thank you all again who love my husband, who supported him, who wrote him an email every single day during his radio show. He read all of them. All of them.
Oh.
God bless you all. And may God bless America.
Lord, that's sad. I had a video or a photo I saw of her leaning over the casket. And I wanted to grab that before we left this and go on to my next topic. Let me find it real quick. Hold on. Here it is. This is the photo. It says Charlie Kirk's widow shares emotional moment with husband at open casket. I saw that picture and it made my heart break. Abella said, my brother was 4 when his dad died in a car accident. My mom was 26. It affected both for the rest of their lives. My mom talked about him. He was my dad's friend. My parents married 5 years later. Oh, wow. Wow. I'm sorry, Bellis. I'm glad that your brother got to know who he was through your father's friend, your father. I mean, through his friend, your father, and through your mom talking about him. Donna said, I'm back. I've seen the left claiming she attacked them. She absolutely didn't do that. She spoke of combating evil. I could see, we've talked about it a little bit. I reiterated that we're not condoning violence of any type. But I think that she means that she wants to, keep his legacy alive, Oh, yeah, Abraham. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I dropped the link in Discord. I'm not going to show it again because it's... Whew. This is her at the casket. And under the picture, it reads, Erika Kirk leaning over her husband's casket in a photograph she shared on her official Instagram account as part of a tribute. Erika Kirk, the widow of assassinated conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, has shared emotional pictures and video of her standing by her husband's casket on Instagram. Charlie Kirk, the 31-year-old co-founder of Turning Point USA, was shot dead on Wednesday while speaking in the open air at Utah Valley University campus in Orem. Kirk's assassination sparked a wave of condemnation and outrage from prominent figures in both the Republican and Democratic parties and led to a renewed debate about the level of vitriol in American politics and its association with political violence. Says that on Friday, Erika shared 12 photographs and brief video clips on her Instagram account, several of which depicted her by the open casket of her deceased husband. In one video, she can be heard sobbing while standing over her husband's body, dressed in a suit and red tie, and she repeatedly said, I love you, and rubs and kisses his hand. One photograph shows Erika Kirk dressed in all black, hunched over her husband's open casket, while another shows her holding his hand. Photographs also show her with Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha Vance, all three standing in line while Kirk's casket is being loaded onto an aircraft. All right, I'm going to try to go on Instagram and see if we can see the picture. She's got a lot of photos. See, I mean, it seems like he was a very family-oriented man. Look at the look. Oh my God, how precious. That's his son. I mean, that's the son that won't know his father. Yeah, I'm about to be off of this. I just wanted to see if I saw the photos of her. Look, there's where he's born. Oh my God. Look. Oh, that might be their daughter. 3 years. Yeah, that's their daughter 3 years ago in 48 hours of labor and an emergency C-section. Did you see the baby in the car that reached out? Oh my God, this is bringing tears to my eyes. Look. How precious. It's sad to think that these children won't have their father. My kids did that too. Got in the refrigerator and tore everything out. I come in, there was spices all over the floor and crushed eggs and all of that. How very precious. Look! Her little tutu and boots. Oh. I don't know how to see the videos and photos. Like, I guess that is the photos, but I'm not seeing anything from the funeral specifically. I don't know. I wanted to see it, but I guess I can't. Or she might have taken them down. I don't know. All right. Oh, I did have one more article. Yeah. About Tyler Robinson real quick before we move on. These little ones will be well cared for, but still they will always miss their dad. I agree. I do feel sorry for the children the most. All right, this is my last article on this situation, and then we're going to talk about Ruby. Oh, girl, that I'm real concerned about Ruby already. All right, this says Tyler Robinson's neighbor says family is in unimaginable pain after Charlie Kirk shooting, and I wanted to come to this afterwards because we got to remember that his family is now without their son after an act that I'm sure that they in no way, shape, or form condoned or even saw coming. It reads, Tyler Robinson's neighbor shared how his family is likely doing after the 22-year-old was identified as the suspect in the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk. Christian Schuerman, age 66, told the Express US that she can't imagine the anguish Robinson's family must be feeling after he was detained by investigators for his alleged involvement in Wednesday's homicide. Quote, to have your own son supposedly confess to something like that and then be faced with the choice of turning him in, it must have torn them apart, unquote, Schuerman said, adding that the family was, quote, good and God-fearing. It comes after Kirk was warned he would be 100% killed in a chilling omen before assassination. I wanted to see that. The neighbor praised Robinson's mother, calling her the, quote, loveliest woman anyone could ever meet, unquote. Quote, they love their children. They raised them right. This is not the kind of home you'd expect something like this to come out of, unquote, she said. People here know them as a loving family. That's what makes it so hard to understand. The pain they must be in is unimaginable. Kirk was debating with a student about mass shootings in the U.S. when a single shot was fired from the roof of the Lucy Center about 142 yards away. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty in this case, according to officials in Utah. I saw this and I'm glad they went into it. It says, yet despite state charges, federal prosecutors are looking to bring their own indictment, which they say will carry capital punishment. When asked if Robinson should face the death penalty, Schuerman said she believed in an eye for an eye. Law enforcement officials allege the suspect confessed to his father, Matt Robinson, who then reported his suspicions to the clergy, who passed the tip to U.S. Marshal Service, triggering a swift arrest Thursday night. And they announced that they got him in less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise. Cox also said Robinson had some hostility towards Kirk, which wasn't a secret in the household. They talk about the engravings on the bullets. The content of the Discord messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler from the roommate that everybody's putting all the information out about being trans, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where the rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel, unquote, Cox said. Now, to be fair, that sounds like the person might have been close by, and he might have been trying to get him to get the rifle for him, get her or him. I don't know what they transgendered to, but whatever their preferred pronoun is, to get them to get the rifle from the area. But I don't know. Like I said, from what I've heard, that person has been cooperating fully with a law, with every aspect of the law. He's showing his hand. Sandy, I'll type it in chat, but I don't know what that's referring to. Donna said, I don't think federal charges can be applied here. I had an article on it. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. We'll jump over there real quick. But I'm just going to skim it because I do need to move on. It says why the Kirk shooting is being charged as state and not federal crime and what that means for an eventual trial. The criminal case against the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk will likely play out in Utah County Courthouse under the control of local prosecutors, but a national audience may very well be watching. That's because the alleged shooter, whom authorities identified Friday as Tyler Robinson, is facing state-level criminal charges. And in Utah, unlike in federal court, criminal trials are routinely televised. Robinson has been charged with 3 crimes under Utah law: the homicide, causing bodily injury with a firearm, and obstruction of justice. It might seem surprising that the case is not a federal one, given the national notoriety of the crime and the FBI's heavy involvement in the investigation. But homicides can be charged as federal crimes in only a few circumstances, such as an assassination of a federal government official, a killing on federal property, or a, quote, hate crime, unquote, that was motivated by the victim's race, religion, or another protected characteristic. Okay, so even though he's portrayed as such, he definitely was not a federal or government official. Killing on federal property, that didn't happen. I don't think a college is a federal property. And a hate crime, there would be a very thin line there, whether you could or could not. It continues. So far, the known deals of Kirk shooting do not appear to support federal prosecution, legal experts say. Right. Legally, in a court of law, I don't think it falls under those criteria. Not unless he crossed state lines. Yeah, so I would think you might, if they could go with federal charges, it would definitely be on the hate crime aspect of it. However, if we talk about proving that it was a hate crime in a court of law, it's not going to be as easy as, say, on the bus with the Ukrainian immigrant who was stabbed in the neck most recently. Hio covered that extensively. And if she's still here, please drop your link so they can go check that out. In that video, he said, I killed that white girl. So because he said something like that, you could classify it as a hate crime. Technically, they're talking about school shooters, and he left, bullet casings that talk about trans ideologies and things like that. You could classify it as a hate crime for the public, but proving that in a court of law would be difficult, I think. Yeah, please go check out her, Irina Zarutska. Thank you. We went up and talked about it, and she has extensive information on that case. So definitely check her out if you haven't. It's very good information, and she did a really good job. Harlot said, I don't think it qualifies as a hate crime. Hate crimes are based on immutable characteristics, not opinions. Right, exactly. Exactly. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for dropping it. What is it? Say, I think it would be immutable, like the color of your skin or your gender, specifically as a male or female. Thank you, Hio. This was a hate crime. He's going to get the death sentence. I think he'll get the death sentence, but I think it would be hard to prove it as a hate crime in a court of law. Continuing with the article, it says, quote, right now, based on the facts I'm aware of, I don't see an obvious federal crime, unquote, said Mary McCord, a longtime federal prosecutor and former acting head of the Justice Department's National Security Division. Quote, of course, there's hate crimes that sometimes can be applicable, but not for politics, unquote. That right there, not for politics. That's where you're going to have trouble in a court of law. McCord continued that the investigation is still in the early phases, so it's possible that evidence may emerge of other participants or additional offenses that could form the basis of federal charges. For instance, violations of federal gun laws or computer intrusion laws. But for now, the case is under the jurisdiction of Utah prosecutors. FBI Director Kash Patel alluded to the fact at a press conference Friday announcing Robinson's arrest, saying his agency is largely supporting state and local officials. Quote, the FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, unquote, Patel said. Quote, we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions. Again, working with the state and local authorities to develop the investigation and providing evidence for them and their ongoing prosecutions tell me it's not going to be federal. A former federal prosecutor who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss the sensitive case that is typical for the FBI and other federal agency, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. I got a blue alert for Timothy Craig Ramsey, a 26-year-old woman who's 5'11", 185 pounds, and they are wanted for aggravated assault of a law enforcement officer. Last seen on foot in the area of McKaysville, Georgia, wearing a green top, dark pants, dark motorcycle helmet. Subject is considered armed and dangerous. Do not approach. If seen, call 911, check local media and social media for updates. That is my alert that just came through on my phone. Let me finish reading this and I'll see if I can pull up a picture. Okay. A former federal prosecutor who spoke on condition of anonymity, I can't say that, to discuss the sensitive case that is typical for the FBI and other federal agency, the ATF, to get involved in local criminal cases that include guns. They often rely on ATF K-9 units to help locate firearms and casings, the prosecutor said, even if the cases ultimately result in no federal charges. Both Utah and the federal system have the death penalty, so there is no more severe punishment that could be achieved by going through the federal system. And then I'll read this last part. No federal crime for domestic terrorism. McCord said Kirk's assassination is a reminder that there is no federal domestic terrorism charge, despite years of debate whether one should be passed. A series of bills were proposed in 2019 to make domestic terrorism a crime at the federal level, but they were waylaid by concerns about the government potentially targeting domestic political groups. McCord, who now runs Georgetown's Law Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection, was once a prominent advocate for federal law making domestic terrorism a crime. She says she thought such a law would help focus resources to make arrests before any act of terrorism takes place. But President Trump's public statements and his administration's actions have given McCord second thoughts about the wisdom of the new law. Honestly, I'd be more nervous about it because I want to be careful. They said because this administration's even way more so than the first Trump administration really does seem pretty hell-bent on weaponization, she said. She pointed to Trump's comments in the wake of the Kirk shooting, blaming the radical left for political violence in America. I would be very nervous right now about how a federal offense like that might get investigated and used, she said. I don't necessarily agree nor disagree, and I'm going to leave that right there. I think last name would be Timothy Shelby if I did say that. Okay. I'm going to see what this alert, if we can pull up the woman from this alert real quick. Yeah, actually, yeah, Timothy Craig Ramsey, 26-year-old woman. Sorry, yeah, it's on my phone. Okay. Lord have mercy. Really? Again? Jeez Louise. Okay. I just got this. This is from 2 hours ago. And again, thank you. This is what's on my phone. On my phone, it says emergency alert extreme. Blue alert. Timothy Craig Ramsey, 26-year-old. Oh, it says WM. It might be white male, not woman. 26-year-old WM, white male, which I assume to be woman, 5'11", 185 pounds, wanted for aggravated assault of a law enforcement officer. Last seen on foot in the area of McCaysville, Georgia, wearing a green top, dark pants, dark motorcycle helmet. Subject is considered armed and dangerous. Do not approach. If seen, call 911. Check local media and social media for updates. All right, I'm going to push OK so that goes away. Says North Georgia police officer shot in the throat, suspect on the run, law enforcement say. I'll play this video so we can get an idea and then we'll move on.
A police officer, that McCaysville officer is in critical condition. Let's listen to the police chief.
And we will not rest until Timothy Ramsey is apprehended and justice is served. Thank you.
Me too, Ashes.
We have had run-ins with this subject before, yes, sir.
What was the full situation surrounding what happened?
Our officers responded to a suspicious person at a residence. Upon their arrival, gunshots was exchanged, and our officer was hit in the face, and he's in critical condition in Chattanooga, Tennessee, at a hospital. He has multiple brain bleeds. He has a broken neck, and he's got fluid on his lungs at this time.
God
he
bless
has small
him.
children and a family, so please remember him and his family.
Good gracious. I hope he makes it.
Really hard, doesn't it? Yes, sir.
With all the different agencies.
No, you're good, Mayless.
HSI was out here earlier today.
Okay.
How, you see the response from all of the different agencies. What does it mean that everyone's coming to help this search and to help in this manhunt?
Being in a small community like we are, in the state of Georgia like we are, thankful that we have a governor and a law enforcement community that supports us. And when we need help, they're there to help.
God in the morning. Sorry about that. All right. Whew, sorry, now that I've officially blown your eardrums, let's move on. I just got delivered my chapstick tubes and my vitamin E, so I will be making the chapstick soon. I think there's like 60 chapstick tubes here. Probably gonna make some today because I need some myself. Just FYI. And my vitamin E is 100% pure and natural, non-GMO, all of the things. So, chapstick. Yeah, I made a pumpkin pie one last year and it was so good. It's been 10 months. Hey, Miss North. I did go over the Charlie Kirk situation. All I need is Jesus said prayers for this officer. I think we need to remember him. Very sad. Very, 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 very sad. I pray that he makes it out alive and doesn't, and nothing happens. Or that he gets better. The bleeding on his brain and the fluid in his lungs is moved by the hands of Jesus, and he is okay. Lord, I pray. All right, so now we're going to talk about Ruby Lehman. I've got lots of information on this case. a whole bunch. And we need to talk about it. This child is missing, last seen with her uncle, who is a registered sex offender. Very scary situation. I'm very, very, very concerned. So let's find out about this child.
You want me to hold both and then? Oh, yeah, look at that.
Okay, that's going to be a presser. I'll play this real quick. This one
The
first.
urgent search for missing 6-year-old Ruby Lehman started Thursday afternoon at her grandmother's house in the small town of Albany in Portage County.
After several hours and information from the family finally came forthcoming in regards to, they believe that Jordan Coyle, which is uncle to Rudy, picked up Rudy and took her from the scene.
Jordan Coyle, Ruby's 34-year-old uncle, on the state's sex offender registry. 12 News dug into Coyle's past, obtaining a criminal complaint from 2008. When Coyle was 17, a jury convicted him of sexually assaulting a younger cousin multiple times.
Well, anytime a child is taken without the parents' consent, it's a heightened, in my book, for anybody. Is it heightened for this? Yes, of course it is, in regards to Mr. Coyle's previous history.
Officials saying Coyle is 6'3", 250 pounds, and has body art, a peace symbol on his chest, and a dinosaur, puppy, butterfly, and cat tattoos on his arm. Investigators believe Coyle has Ruby and is traveling in this 2001 white Ford pickup truck. Wisconsin license plate WC2249 with peeling paint on the tailgate. The Portage County Sheriff's Office calling in the FBI and the State Division of Criminal Investigation to help find Ruby.
We need as many as we possibly can to go out and do interviews, canvass areas, get the evidence that is needed so that we can continue.
Yeah, we're about to go back
be hot
over
on the
that.
trail.
Okay, first of all, I thought they said Rudy and not Ruby. Her name is Ruby, but that's important. And them tattoos, what the fuck? Let's listen to that one more time. Hold on.
The urgent search for missing 6-year-old Ruby Lehman started Thursday afternoon at her grandmother's house in the small town of Albany in Portage County.
After several hours and information from the family finally came forthcoming in regards to, they believe that Jordan Coyle, which is uncle to Rudy, picked up.
They're calling them Rudy, and that actually is going to be important in just a minute. So this is the uncle.
Rudy, and took her from the scene.
Jordan Coyle, Ruby's 34-year-old uncle, on the state's sex offender registry. 12 News dug into Coyle's past, obtaining a criminal complaint from 2008. When Coyle was 17, a jury convicted him of sexually assaulting a younger cousin multiple times.
Well, anytime a child is...
And I have those documents that we're going to go over in just a minute. We're going to talk about it.
Taken without the parents' consent, it's a heightened, in my book, for anybody. Is it heightened for this? Yes, of course it is, in regards to Mr. Coyle's previous history.
Officials saying Coyle is 6'3", 250 pounds, and has body art, a peace symbol on his chest, and a dinosaur, puppy, butterfly, and cat tattoos on his arm.
Okay, what are we doing here? We're a registered sex offender with a dinosaur, puppy, butterfly, and cat tattoo on our arms? Really? What the hell? Right, exactly. What grown man has a cat, butterfly, dinosaur tattoos that could attract children, in my opinion? Right, like, I mean, I get it occasionally if maybe your daughter or something likes butterflies, okay, but like we gotta fucking, the peace symbol on the left breast doesn't necessarily off-putting, but a dinosaur, puppy, butterfly, and cat? What are we even doing with that? That's freaking weird.
Arm. Investigators believe Coyle has Ruby and is traveling in this 2001 white Ford pickup truck. Wisconsin license plate WC2249 with peeling paint on the tailgate. The Portage County Sheriff's Office calling in the FBI and the State Division of Criminal Investigation to help find Ruby.
We need as many as we possibly can to go out and do interviews, canvass areas, get the evidence that is needed so that we can continue and be hot on the trails.
Okay, now we're going to jump over here. I was looking and I found quite a few posts. This is why I was asking if it was Ruby or Rudy. Hold on. My thing started playing in the background. So I saw this post that says, I feel like it's worth mentioning that Ruby is usually dressed and presented more like a boy, or at least has been for the last couple of years. It looks like she only recently started to grow her hair out a bit and wear dresses again. I feel like this is relevant because she could be dressed in a way no one is looking out for and could be easily disguised as a different child. And I felt like it was important to share that too, because with these photos and things where she's presented as a boy and then the presser is saying Rudy instead of Ruby, that could be important information. All he's missing is the red flag tattoo. You know what, blue giraffes? That gets a boom, 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 bam. Like, exactly. I couldn't agree more. I think she's a girl. Okay, so for what the post read, again, I'll read it again. I feel like it's worth mentioning that Ruby is usually dressed and presented more like a boy, or at least has been for the last couple of years. It looks like she only recently started to grow her hair out a bit and wear dresses again. I feel like this is relevant because she could be dressed in a way that no one is looking out for and could easily be disguised as a different child. And here are photos where she appears to be more boy-like, wearing boy clothes and things like that. But the photo of her is as a girl. See, here Ruby is dressed like a boy for whatever reason. And with the only reason I'm necessarily bringing it up, I felt like it could be important if they're able to look like a boy or a girl. And then the police saying Rudy and not Ruby made me question. Her name is Ruby Lehman, but they said Rudy in the conference. So I wanted to make sure I said that. This says, I found this photo of Ruby under comments and a missing post about her. Please let her be safe. And here, I'm assuming is a more recent photo. Well, that's good. Thank you. Of her wearing a dress and with her hair grown out a little bit more. Because those photos appear to be more recent than the other photos where she appeared more as a boy. Tomboy me used to tell my people my name was Frederick at 6 years old. I don't find nothing wrong with that. I think that's cute. So, but as you can see, her hair is short, so she could be dressed as a boy. You don't know at this point. Had this video to share.
Activated out of Portage County. Here at 10 o'clock, an Amber Alert activated out of Portage County in central Wisconsin. Law enforcement is right now looking for the 6-year-old girl, Ruby Lehman. She's believed to be with her uncle, 34-year-old Jordan Coyle. This is the car they're believed to be in. It's a 2001 white Ford F-250 with Wisconsin license plate WC2249. Be sure to look for updates on this story on the 12 News mobile app, also on 12 News This Morning.
Okay. So I thought that was kind of important because it showed like a map of the area, or a map kind of showing you where the county was. Now, I found a few things. We'll do this real quick. I don't know if this, okay, let me put up my banner. This allegedly shows a new tip line number. I don't know if that's the actual tip line number or not, so I'm not going to read the number out. If you have information, please call 911. It says a follower from the area has sent us a photo from the day Ruby was kidnapped yesterday. The photo is blurry, but it is the exact outfit she was wearing when she was taken by her uncle. I will be including the picture in this post. Very urgent. A 6-year-old's uncle has kidnapped her and the FBI is now involved. Officials are asking for the public's help. If you see this individual, Ruby or possibly Rudy, or the vehicle, please call 911 immediately. It is unknown if they are still in Wisconsin or traveling state to state. The girl's uncle is a registered sex offender. The alert was issued for Ruby R. Lehman, age 6, white female, 4 foot 0 inches, 100 pounds, with green eyes and brown hair. Last seen wearing a lavender dress with smiley faces, white shoes with Lilo and Stitch on them. Last seen at 1201 County Road Drive, Almond, Wisconsin. And she was last seen on September 11th at 3:30 p.m. Suspect Ruby's uncle, Jordan A. Coyle, is driving a 2001 white Ford F-250, Wisconsin's license plate WC2249, with a toolbox in the bed of the truck. Tailgate has paint peeling off and is showing silver. Anyone with information is asked to call 911. Here is a close-up of the truck. The truck appears to have some rust damage to that back tire too, and to the bottom of the door. That's a very easily identifiable truck. So I think that's important to take note of. That is our suspect. That is our victim, the child, and then this is allegedly the dress she was wearing when she was last seen. Now, this is going to talk about, okay, I feel like we need to go over here first. I think this is the one here sent me. Okay. There's some more groundbreaking information that's going to piss you off. It pissed me off when I was notified of it today. I don't know if this is the correct article, but we're going to find and talk about it, because this situation is a lot more concerning than we know. So this is the missing 6-year-old Amber Alert town of Almond. On Thursday, September 11th, 2025, at approximately 4:42 p.m., the Portage County Sheriff's Office Communications Center received a report of a missing 6-year-old in the town of Almond. Information provided by immediate family members indicated last known contact with the missing child was at approximately 3:30 p.m. on Thursday, September 11th. The missing 6-year-old child has been identified as Ruby R. Lehman. It is believed Ruby departed from her grandmother's residence located at 1201 County Road D in the village of Almond with her uncle, 34-year-old Jordan A. Coyle. Ruby's grandmother reported Ruby was last seen at 1201 County Road at approximately 3:30 p.m. on Thursday, September 11th of 2025. An initial search near, again, the address is important. That's why I'm saying it out loud. 1201 County Road, Apartment D, or Subsection D, was conducted by firefighters from Almond, Bancroft, and Plover fire departments. The search was discontinued following the revelation by family members that Ruby had departed from the residence with Jordan Coyle. Ruby Lehman is a 6-year-old white female, approximately 4 feet tall, 100 pounds, with brown hair and green eyes. Jordan Coyle is a white male who's 6'3", 246 pounds, with red hair, a red beard and mustache, and blue eyes. Jordan and Ruby are believed to be traveling in a 2001 white Ford F-250 truck with Wisconsin plate WC2249. The truck has a toolbox in the bed, and the tailgate has peeling paint that exposes silver beneath. Law enforcement is asking anyone who sees the vehicle or has information about Ruby's whereabouts to call the Portage County Sheriff's Office at 715-346-1400 or dial 911. The Portage County Sheriff's Office is currently being assisted by the Wisconsin Department of Justice and the FBI. Okay, remember, her grandmother's address is 1201 County Road D. Her uncle is a registered sex offender, okay? I'm going to pull up my, hey, my wrench, good to see you. I'm going to pull up, we're going to go over here to the information I have on this. That is his vehicle. This is the house the uncle lives in. Yeah, we're gonna Google Earth it in just a second. I could pull that up though. It just showed where the town was located. It's in the middle of Wisconsin. All right, so this is the uncle's house. Anybody want to guess what the address is? Anybody? The grandmother's house is the same house that the uncle lives at. They both live in the same house. The uncle is a registered sex offender who lives at 1201 County Road D. Why is a child at a house where there is a registered sex offender? Somebody please tell me that. You did. You got it right. Yep. So that's going to take us back over here. That made me want to, yes, 666. That would be accurate. Jackie, happy with a twist acrylic pores plus. Nice to see you. My wrench said because he's not the uncle and he's dating somebody that lives there. Well, yeah. We're going to jump over here to Facebook because allegedly, yeah, that's what is being said. So let's go back over here to Facebook real quick. So since people were asking a family tree and diagram of who was living with who. Now, I don't know this to be accurate. We're just going to talk about it. So these are the grandparents on the mom's side. Mom, Chelsea Lehman, and dad, Eric Lehman. So these are the mother's grandparents, okay? Grandma, Sarah Lehman. The mom, okay, grandparents on mom's side, mom and dad, Grandma, Sarah Lehman. Okay. The dad is Eric Lehman. The mom is Chelsea Lehman. Okay. Dad's sister is named Ashley. Ashley's separated husband is Jordan Coyle. So the dad's sister was once married to Jordan. That's how this is the uncle of the child. Okay. It is presumed that Charles and Jordan had some type of relationship at some point post separation. Chelsea is Ruby's mother. So again, it is presumed, alleged, speculated that Charles, right here, the registered sex offender living at grandma's house, and Jordan, Ruby's mom, had some type of relationship at some point after the mom and dad separated. Okay? He was married. He knows the family because he was married to the dad's sister, which would have been Ruby's mother's sister-in-law. So he is Ruby's mother's brother-in-law. And at some point, they started having some type of relationship. It just gets worse. It just gets worse. It gets worse. The more we learn, the worse it gets. Okay, grandparents on the mom's side. Jordan Coyle, separated husband of dad's sister and presumed homeowner. Their oldest daughter lives with them. So this again is grandma on the mom's side, on the dad's side, Sarah Lehman, and mom is Chelsea Lehman. 3 youngest children, Sarah and Chelsea, all lived with Jordan. Okay? Sarah is the grandma. Chelsea is the mom. Okay? The grandma is on the dad's side. So basically, mom and her 3 children are living with their grandma on the dad's side, okay? And mom, her 3 children, and grandma are all living with Jordan, who is a registered sex offender. All of these children were living there, including Ruby. Dad lives elsewhere with some roommates. No, it was not. Okay, the victim is from when he was about 17 years old, and I do have those documents. And we're gonna go there in just a second, but this is why I'm so very concerned for this child and all the children in the house. Have the other children been hurt? Number one. Number two, if he did decide to take this child, I think we might be looking at a case where the person takes the child, he does something horrific, and the child is deceased. But I don't want to put that out there. I want us to continue looking for her, but I'm gravely concerned with every second that ticks by. And then there was another one. This said, just gonna leave this here. Family tree is a mess. Again, this is Facebook, so I don't know. It says Ashley Michelle got married September 18th of 2021. Congrats, Ashley. Congrats, Ashley and Jordan. So Ashley married Jordan in 2021, and by now, 2025, the mother of Ruby is dating Jordan. Is she found? Angel Friday waiting on a ride. Thank you for your help tonight. That's my niece Ruby, said Ashley. I hope we find her. I pray she's found. So it Ashley confirms that it is her niece, and Ashley again got married to Jordan 2021, and there they are at their wedding. Wow. But we saw more into that with the family tree photo that we just discussed. Okay. So yeah, that's what I pulled off of Facebook before we got started. There's probably more out there. She hasn't been found. She's currently missing. I'm going to pull this photos back up real quick. So that's the house where the grandmother, the registered sex offender uncle, lived with the mother of Ruby and Ruby's siblings and Ruby. Why does the roof go down like that? I wonder. That's weird. I've never seen that before. Here's the Amber Alert for Ruby. Been missing since September 11th, 2025 from Portage County, Wisconsin. She is 6 years old, white female, brown hair, green eyes, 4 foot tall, 100 pounds. Child was last seen wearing a lavender dress with smiley faces and white shoes with Lilo and Stitch on them. Vehicle information is a 2001 white Ford F-250. It has a toolbox in the bed. Tailgate has paint peeling off and showing silver. License plate is WC2249 from Wisconsin. He is a 34-year-old male that is white with red hair, blue eyes, and 6'3", 246 pounds. Again, his tattoos are a peace symbol on his left breast and a dinosaur, puppy, butterfly, and cat on the arm, which is fucking creepy as fuck. Sorry, excuse my language. There's another photo of him. Here it says like a company, it says Courier Service. And if we go back to the photos of the yard, it looks like he does something here. So we might be able to find more information if we look that information up. Like, yeah, he is big physically. If we look up Courier Service, and we'll probably do that. He drove her to school and spent a lot of time with her. They were, quote, very close. Oh my God, Donna. So, no, let's go back. Hold on, let me see if there's anything else here. There's Ruby, the license plate, the truck, which is very identifiable. All right. This, again, is the truck. You can see how it's rusted out, and the fender wells down here by the doors, it's rusted out, and the tailgate is very messed up. All right, let's go back and talk about the family tree real quick. Okay. I think this one. Okay, so there's the grandma right here, Sarah Lehman. Okay. These are the grandparents on the mom side. They're not involved. Grandma on the dad's side is named Sarah Lehman. Okay. Mom of Ruby is Chelsea Lehman and dad is Eric Lehman. Okay. These are the mom and dad. This is the grandmother. Okay. This girl right here, Ashley, is the dad's sister. Okay. So Eric Lehman and Ashley are brother and sister. Ashley married Jordan Coyle, but they're separated. Okay. So dad's sister marries Jordan. Okay. And now they're separated. Okay. Jordan Coyle is the separated husband of Ashley, which was the dad's sister. He owns the house that we were just looking at. Okay. And it is presumed that the mom, Ruby's mom, Chelsea, right here, at some point had a relationship with Jordan. So basically, the dad's sister, who was married to Jordan, separated, and the dad separated. So Ashley and Eric Lehman, Ruby's dad and aunt, left. Okay. Now, their mother, dad and Ashley's mother, and Ruby's mother, which would have been Eric's ex, live in a house with Jordan Coyle. And allegedly, the mom, Chelsea Lehman, Ruby's mom, was at some point in a relationship with Jordan. Over here it shows Jordan Coyle is the separated husband of the dad's sister and he owns the house. The grandmother on the dad's side, Sarah Lehman, and Ruby's mom, Chelsea Lehman, and her 3 youngest children all live with Jordan. Dad lives elsewhere with roommates, and Ashley, Jordan's ex-wife, lives elsewhere. So it's already really scary situation. Family looks complicit to me. I have to ask. Really, oh, Brady, I'm glad that it's gripping you. I'm hoping that we find the child. I hope we find Ruby. All right, I'm going to pull up these things that I have real quick. Start with this. I've got 4 documents. If you want these documents without the watermark, they are in my Patreon, which drops occasionally in chat and is linked in the description. Okay. So this is the Wisconsin Department of Corrections Sex Offender Registry, Jordan A. Coyle. The photo was taken February 13th of 2024, and we saw that photo. He is 6'3", 230 pounds. Eye color is blue. Hair color is red or auburn. His Department of Correction number right there. He's a male. He's white. He's 34, non-Hispanic. He's got lots of aliases, including Jordan A., Jordan Allen, Crazy Kid, Red, and Big Red. His registration began on July 24th of 2009, and he has to be registered for life. Life registration. He is on DOC Division of Community Corrections Supervision. Note, compliance indicates that an offender is meeting registration requirements with the Sex Offender Registry program. When indicated, some or all offense information may be unavailable from the court of jurisdiction. Again, right here, address 1201 County Road D. Okay. And then again, if we go back over here, the 6-year-old has been identified. Ruby's grandmother reported Ruby was last seen at 1201 County Road D. Why was she at 1201 County Road D? Where this motherfucker was a registered sex offender. And allegedly the mom is living there with all the children. Wow. Fan-fucking-tastic. Said what supervision? Exactly. Thank you, Hio. You're so sweet. I really appreciate that. And thank you for getting these documents for me. What? The grandpa now wants to blame the child? I hope not. Mother and grandmother should be arrested for having children in that home. You know what? That gets up.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Why the fuck did she have her children there? Thank you for doing that. I appreciate you doing that. All right, let's continue. So, office currently supervising the offender is a field supervisor. Sex offender registry program is DOC-SORP administration. All right, I think that's it for that one. This is the Amber Alert. Shows the suspect. Please contact 888-304-3936, telephone 888-304-3936, or 911 if you have information. I know it's watermarked, but we saw it earlier. There's our suspect, Jordan A. Coyle, our victim, Ruby R. Lehman, who also has presented as a boy, and the sheriff's office was calling Rudy. I don't know if that was a mistake or on purpose, but I just, again, want to share that. Here she is presented as a boy. And there she is as a girl. And that's the vehicle. Last seen at 1201 County Road D. Ruby was last seen at her grandmother's house, which is where this motherfucker is a registered sex offender is living. Shortly after arriving home from school, a suspect vehicle believed to be driven by her uncle Jordan stopped briefly at the residence and then left. Ruby has not been seen since. She's arriving home from school to grandma's house where he's registered to live. All right, this is the sex offender document. It's 28 pages. His date of birth is March 23rd of 1991. His address is the same address. His DA case number gives that. Okay. He was charged with 2 counts of second-degree sexual assault of a child, which is a Class C felony, found guilty at trial. They give us the attorney name, address, all of that. Event. Defendant has paid the cost of restitution in full and confirmed full restitution payment with Teresa at DOC on October 3rd of 2022. This case is from 2008. It took him like 12, 13 years to pay this shit off. File retained electronically, documents verified with scanning, paper. I think that she was already living there before he even finished paying his restitution. Electronic monitoring, court reviewed the letter, no response provided. Status change slip, discharge. All right, we're going to go down here. I want to start at the beginning to see what kind of information on the case we get, and we're going to go up because we need to go back to the beginning to understand. Okay, so the fines were $4,340 and an $827 fine. Probation was $3,513. He paid the $827. Okay. So the summons and complaint was on August 25th of 2008. He got an attorney September 3rd. Demand for discovery and inspection happened September 3rd of 2008. He met in court with his attorney, state of Wisconsin, advised of offense and penalty, receipt admitted. Waivers were accepted by the court. There was a pretrial conference on October 22nd, 2008 at 9:45 a.m. Complete ID process with this sheriff's department. No contact whatsoever with AK and or Jean Elizer, seeing victim's mother. And it was scheduled for December 23rd at 8 of 2008 at 10:15 a.m. He got a signature bond. They had a conference on December 23rd at 10:15 a.m. Attorney they basically appeared from Zoom. Scott Blader appeared for the state of Wisconsin. They advised the court they have another appointment to discuss the matter further, and it was scheduled for March 3rd of 2009. At that time, he was living at 124 Southeast Street in Plainfield, Wisconsin. Or there was a change of address as of January 6th of 2009. Again, attorneys are appearing. They had a jury trial July 24, 2009 at 8 a.m. I don't know if it's going to tell us the actual charge, but I don't think we know what direction they traveled. No. So he's looking to be an incestuous sex offender. Yeah, like that's extra. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Let me see. This one gives me some case details, but we're going to go back to the one we were just on. That's not going to tell me what the case is about. All right. Defendant Jordan A. Coyle in court with attorney. They appeared for the state of Wisconsin. They requested witness sequestration. No objection by the DA. Victim sworn in for testimony. Direct exam by the DA. Record will reflect positive ID of defendant. Off record for DA to confer with victim. DA makes motion for exception of sequestration order. DA makes motion for exclusion of investigators from the courtroom. Granted request to exclude from proceeding all non-essential members of the courtroom. Defense investigators excused from the courtroom. Witness not able to continue with testimony. Court took a brief recess. Y'all, he took this shit to trial and made that girl get up there and testify as to what he did with him. And it was of what he did to her. And it was so bad that she had to take a break and basically recollect herself before they could continue with testifying. The hills may have eyes, but the woods have the creepers, no doubt. Well, televised, it said. I guess maybe he called into the court. I wish we did know what direction they traveled. Already didn't report to his PO on Monday, quit his job on Tuesday, cut his ankle monitor on Wednesday, and then was the last person seen with this girl. Lord have mercy. After we look at this, I'll go check. Okay, cross-examination by the attorney. Witness not able to continue. Cross-exam. After they took a break, they continued cross-examination. Court finds probable cause for felony committed. Defendant, but state files info. Receipt acknowledged. Reading wavered. Non-guilty plea entered. Okay, they came back. Court files are at various stages and procedures. Sequence today. Standard jury instructions filed by the state. Court will prepare packet depending on factors coming in for trial. Will get counsel before trial commences. No real issue as to the JI. As to motion in limine, text messages between the victim and victim's phone. Defendant and the victim's phone. They're not in a position to argue, challenge authenticity. Court as to what is on communication, have text transcribed and be displayed on Alamo at time of trial. DA will have those transcribed. The attorney asked for date to receive transcription. So basically there was text messages. Oh my God. And they transcribed them. Concern as to RAPE shield defense doesn't anticipate any witnesses under the statute. Court will proceed that there are no issues regarding this. As to paragraph 10, as to prior conviction total amount, station should produce certified copies of actual JOCs. State has received those and sent out discovery. No alibi testimony will be presented. Feels completed in 2 days. Court will keep jury trial moving. And they called jurors, okay? July 14th of 2009, there was a notice of hearing. Okay, reading wavered. Court addresses as to the waiver of the time limits of preliminary hearings. Court directs parties to general thoughts as to motion in limine. Okay, wait a minute. Friday with DA and defendant in courtroom, attorney telephonic. DA as to prior convictions of juvenile court summary exhibit would be permissible. As to prior convictions and submissions satisfies court will no determination as to exact number to be determined Friday. Okay, so what this means is basically they're going to submit prior convictions from when he was a juvenile to the court. And basically, in order for that to happen, his convictions from when he was a juvenile have to be correlated to the case that is taking place at this moment in time. And that case is the RAPE of a child or somebody under the age. We don't know how old the victim was in this case. So he had been offending when he was a juvenile. And those prior convictions from when he was a juvenile were admitted into the court. Okay. Bladder as to the motion for closed circuit testimony by the victim on the day of trial. Parties have exchanged, received, reviewed. Court as to closed circuit testimony. Child less than 16 years old. Court determines from prelim that the victim may be intimidated by the course of the testimony. As to the victim's reactions while testifying and being in the same courtroom with defendant. Age is not indicative for closed circuit. As to physical and mental health, some stressors present. Court grants the motion to allow closed circuit testimony for the victim if the state chooses to do so. So basically, the child was less than 16 years old, but usually there's another charge if they were under the age of 12. So I'm going to assume the victim was between 12 and 15. It is. There are so many things being said online about this case. There's a rumor going around that he raped a 7-year-old sister. We've got the name. This would be the document for that case. The names are AH. And it wouldn't be Ashley. The initials were AH. Hold on. And it wouldn't be Ashley because Ashley was his wife. We're not going to know what his sister's name was. But his last name is Coyle, so it would have to be a C. Hold on a minute. The initials would have to be something C. I'm looking for the initials. Well, now I'm not going to be able to find it. AK. There it is. AK. And unless it was a stepsister or something, but it would have to be an AC if it was his sister, I would think. And it says less than 16, but there's nothing like under 12, like we saw with Stephen Stern's case. It says less than 16 years old, so I'm going to assume she was between 12 and 16. Yeah, if they're half siblings, yeah. Okay. Defendant in court. Court calls the case at 8:14. Court addresses prior convictions and adjudication motion. Y'all, in order for them to call prior cases and adjudication motion, that means that while he was a juvenile, he had to be convicted of some kind of crime that relates to the crime at hand. The crime at hand that they're having the testimony for was the RAPE of a minor. So he was doing this when he was a juvenile, which could go back to the 7-year-old being harmed by him. This man is a deviant predator. And how did they know this and let these children be around him? He's got juvenile convictions for something that relates to RAPE, y'all. And then was convicted of it after he became an adult. Had to register for the rest of his life as a sex offender. And she got these children living here. Jordan A. Coyle, Jordan A. I'm going to assume Allen, Allen, I think is what I saw. Coyle, Coyle. Why wasn't his ass already in prison? And what the hell is wrong with this family that let him stick around? Exactly. Y'all, what the fuck? I'm so scared for Ruby. God, I'm scared for Ruby. DA asked that if defendant does testify to state 6 convictions, 90609. Let me see what that code is real quick. Let me close because I got a lot of stuff up. Hold on. We looked at this, but I will jump over here. Jordan Allen Coyle, Coyle, for the name. Okay, 906.09. I know you can't see it. Hold on. Wisconsin Criminal Code. 906.09, I think. 906.09, yeah. Okay, I haven't read it. Let me see what Uncle Google says. Wisconsin Criminal Code Section 906.09 addresses the impeachment of witnesses by evidence of their prior convictions or adjudications of delinquency. Excuse me, it states that a witness may be asked whether they have ever been convicted. Gracious. Of a crime or adjudicated delinquent and the number of such convictions. If the answers are consistent with previous court determinations, further inquiry may not be made unless it is for the purpose of rehabilitating the witness's character for truthfulness. Evidence of a conviction may be excluded if it is probative, if its probative value is subsequently outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Okay. Court rules that the total adjudications will be 4 in the event that Mr. Coyle testifies. Court addresses motion of alibi received about 4 p.m. yesterday. Notice of alibi discussed at final pretrial just received yesterday. Hasn't been able to complete investigative means of witnesses on the list. So he's saying he had an alibi during the time, but he didn't. I don't think, or he wouldn't have been convicted. Takes under advisement testimony of alibi witnesses. Rebish's concern as to video testimony of the victim. Oh, yeah, the victim will testify from the courtroom. So the victim had to get up there and testify in front of him, identify him, and relive everything he did to her in real time. Probative. Thank you. Sometimes I misspeak. I appreciate it. The court is back in session at 1 p.m. Jury trial continuation. Defendant Jordan A. Coyle in court with attorney Mars Rushovic. Scott Blader appeared for the state. The victim resumes the stand and continues testimony. Cross-examination by the defense. Redirect, recross, and redirect and recross. Exhibit 9 marked, offered. Jury's excused at 2:09. Discussion outside of the jury as to mental health of the victim. Court will not allow testimony in this matter regarding mental health and ask other questions about involvement with CJ. Jurors returned at 2:18. AK continues testimony. Attorney continues cross-examination. Witness excused at 2:24 p.m. NSK sworn in and testified. They had their direct examination at 224 to 236, cross-exam 236 to 249. Exhibit 10 marked for the state. This talks about just people testifying, but we only get initials. Court asked jurors be returned to courtroom at 3:51. Court excuses jurors at 3:54. Testimony would impeach victim AK testimony. Court concern as to constitutional rights. Initial instructions, open argument. Took statement July 19th, 08 from the victim. Statement was recorded. Incident occurred in Plainfield, not in the Protege County jurisdiction. Recorded statement passed to an officer from the Plainfield Police Department. Attorney Blatter calls the witness, and the witness is sworn in, and there's a direct examination. Witness identified defendant. Testifies to incident in tire room sometime during Father's Day weekend of 2008. I swear that says tire. She testified to an incident in a, quote, tire room during Father's Day weekend of 2008. Witness identifies Exhibit 1, pictures of fire room, F-I-R-E, fire room, published to the jury. Witness identifies Exhibit 4, picture of fire room with TV, published to the jury. Witness identifies Exhibit 6, layout of the house, published to the jury. Testifies to incident on July 18th of 08 and fire room. Testifies to text messages. AK cell phone not marked as an exhibit identified by the witness. Witness identifies Exhibit 7, transcript of text messages published to the jury. Cross-exam by attorney refers to Exhibit 7. So evidently on Father's Day of 2008, he hurt her in a what's called a fire room. I keep misreading. I'm sorry. Lord have mercy. On Father's Day weekend, she was visiting her father, I assume. Something happened in a fire room. And I'm concerned hearing it being described as a fire room. Like, is that a child identifying a room that could be yellow or orange on the wall, like paint or something, like relating it to fire? Or is it like an outbuilding or something that caught on fire? It says defendant less than 16, but there's nothing about less than 12. So I'm thinking that the victim may have been 13, 14, or 15. Life is life there. Yeah. Blader appeared for the state of Wisconsin. Jury instructions were given. Court reads the verdict of guilty of sexual assault as charged in count 1. 4-person occurs. Found guilty of sexual assault as charged in count 2. Count polls jury panel individually. Each indicate these are the verdicts of each individual and the jury as a whole. So they asked for a revocation of the cash bond and incarcerate the defendant. Court revokes bond in order to be incarcerated. Okay. Transcript was I'm gonna see if I can get that. Court addresses the colloquy as to the preliminary hearing. Waiver purpose with defendant. Defendant waives preliminary hearing. Court have received PSI. Letters, parties have received the same. This is just them talking about hold on. Pastor Paul Stevens presents statement on behalf of victim's family. Y'all, this was bad. Like, he got incarcerated, fined a shit ton of money. His juvenile record was brought in, and he was incarcerated and had to register as a sex offender for life. Whatever happened, it's bad. Because you know how easy these people get off. The family couldn't even speak. Pastor Paul Stevens had to present a statement on behalf of the victim's family. State agrees with recommendation of PSI. Court asks if any clarifications or corrections of PSI. What is PSI? In Wisconsin, a pretense investigation, or PSI, is conducted to gather background information about a defendant before sentencing. The PSI is primarily conducted by probation and parole agents from the Wisconsin DOC and used to inform judges about the defendant's circumstances and potential for rehabilitation. The report includes details such as defendant's criminal history, personal background, and recommendations for sentencing. The PSI is not required in every case, but is commonly used for felony convictions or when additional context is needed. It plays a crucial role in sentencing decisions, as judges may consider the report along with other factors to determine appropriate sentencing. DA, as to criminal history of defendant, was acquitted in 2005 in Wapika County. Defendant's statement: fire incident not correct, not in Indiana. Smoke damage not correct, aunt's name, and as 2005 incident not sure. So I guess the fire room was where an actual fire happened. They received the dates from jail as to pre-sentence incarceration. I mean, the rest of this is just going to be about him being incarcerated. Order of Court of Appeals. State shall advise COA within 10 days if he objects to defendant's motion to extend the time to file notice of intent to pursue post-conviction relief, post-conviction proceedings. Notice of intent has been forwarded on January 4th. He was in court by video arraignment, called at 10:05. Mr. Coyle objects to the hearing today, can hear the court and parties, however, cannot see. DA commences testimony from the JES as to expenses. This is just talking about money. He appealed, and there was a hearing held on December 28th of 2010. Time for defendant to file post-conviction motion notice. Appeals extended to June 7th, 2010. Stipulation and order on sentence credit. Youthful offender. Appeared for the state of Wisconsin. Court has viewed motion as request for scheduling of Manser hearing. Mancher hearing? What is a Mancher hearing? MACHNER. Hold on. In Wisconsin, a Mancher hearing is preliminary examination conducted to determine if there is probable cause to believe a felony has been committed by the defendant. The hearing must be commenced within 20 days after the initial appearance of the defendant, if released, or within 10 days if in custody. The hearing is crucial for ensuring the defendant is bound over following the preliminary examination or waiver thereof, and a plea cannot be accepted until this process is completed. So did he appeal it and make this victim have to go back to court and testify again, is what I'm trying to figure out. 4 to 5 hours for the hearing. Let me see. Time to decide post-conviction motion is extended. Letters, correspondence. 111 cases called. Defendant in custody. All right. We're going to come right back to this, and I have this document too. Let me read this. This is a child abuse restraining order from August 7th of 2008. And it just does show the victim's mother. Current Kettle Moraine Correctional Institution. Submitted for services on $448 approved by JVF. Okay. Injunction, child abuse, injunction, minutes, injunction hearing, certificate of service, minute, child abuse, injunction hearing, order appointing GAL, notice of hearing, TRO, child abuse, waiver of filing fees. So I'm guessing she came back and filed a charge of child abuse against him after the other hearing. All right, I wanted to jump over here because I've got to step away for just a second. And you had said there was something on law and crime. Let's see. I'm not seeing nothing on law and crime yet. Let me try it specifically. Oh, no, that's not it. I don't think they have anything on law and crime. This is the presser. I'm going to play this real quick so the accurate police information on it. I've got to step away for just a second and I'll come back and we'll continue reading the documents. Hey, Ashton. Oh, yeah, Ashton. We've been talking about it for a while. It's horrible. Fire room to me means where your boiler or alarm system are, I believe, the cellar, possibly. Life without parole is the only thing that prevents criminals from being released early. I saw that. If it happens all the time, it happens all the time. If the criminal is up for parole, unfortunately, these victims and families repeatedly revisit the trauma with each parole hearing. Okay, thank you guys. Sorry I was clicked over there and wasn't checking back over here. Thank you guys for hanging with me and being here. Yeah, we're going to look at the Google map and address of it. I'm going to play this real quick and then we'll go back to the documents. I'll be right back.
There you go. That's where they make armor.
You guys need any microphones up here before we get going? No? Perfect.
You can just pass that around as you're going. As you're going.
What time do we got?
11:58.
11:58, 2 minutes. We got some good.
Oh.
I do have another microphone if you guys would be willing to hold that as well. Perfect.
Want me to hold both of them? Is that going to cause interference?
No.
Okay. That's okay. Is everybody ready? Okay. Yesterday, we're here today because we were called for a child abduction or a child missing at 4:42 in the afternoon down in the town of Almond. Our officers arrived and found out that the 6-year-old girl had been missing since about 3:30. So an extensive search began at that point for the 6-year-old Ruby Lehman that lived down at 1201, I think it was 1201 County Road D in the village of Almond. After several hours and information from the family finally came forthcoming in regards to they believe that Jordan Coyle that's Coyle, which is the uncle to Rudy, picked up Rudy and took her from the scene. At that point, we stopped the search at about 9:30 at night, and we brought in the Federal Bureau of Investigation and also the DCI to help us in this investigation, since they have a plethora of resources that we can utilize. So since that time, we have been working in regards to the Amber Alert, numerous other things that are tracking individuals, so that we can actually locate this, locate Rudy safely. So I just wanted to keep everybody up to date that we do believe that Jordan is in the Tri-County area at this time. We are concentrating in several areas, and we are going to update further as it progresses. But the FBI from Eau Claire, Wausau, and Green Bay are here with about 20 agents. We have about 20 agents from the Department of Justice.
So why do they keep calling her Rudy? Maybe some standardized questioning for victims with recorded interviews would stop the need to have repeatedly testifying victims. I agree. She may have wanted to be called Rudy when she dressed as a boy. I think so. This small town trying to investigate a crime beyond what they are used to and capable of. And I'm hoping that the FBI can help with that. Miss King said, I had to go do errands and I'm back. I don't understand how her family allowed this pedophile to live with them or around kids knowing what he had done. Well, they moved into his damn house. He can't even breathe because he's so obese, right? I'm going to speed it up a little bit because he talks really slow. Oh, no, not sleep timer. All right.
They came up to assist us, along with Stevens Point Police and numerous other agencies local that have been assisting us throughout this investigation.
When you say Tri-County area, which three counties are you referring to?
Portage County, Washera County, and Wood County.
Can you talk a little bit about dogs, cameras, drones, those types of tools that you may have called in to assist with the search last night?
Yes, we had, well, first of all, Almond Fire Department, Plover Fire Department, numerous fire departments, and numerous private citizens last night were out doing a canvas search in the village of Almond, which is a small village, but it took quite a while to go through the village in regards to searching. We've had numerous drone teams up. We have called others out. We are also utilizing other resources that I'm not going to divulge right now in regards to investigative techniques.
The person of interest in this case, the uncle you said it was, is paternal uncle, maternal uncle? Do we know what side of the family?
I do not know that.
He has a rather long history in court records for Washera County.
Yep.
A child sex offender. Is the concern heightened for this child's safety now that we think she might be in his custody?
Well, anytime a child is taken without the parent's consent, it's a heightened.
Oh, don't give me that.
Is it heightened for this? Yes, of course it is. In regards to Mr. Coyle's previous history.
Do Jordan and Ruby have a close relationship?
According to the family, the uncle and niece, yes, they do have a close relationship.
Just for clarification, it was the grandmother that reported that the two of them had left the house, the residence?
The grandmother reported that Ruby was missing from the residence since 3:30 when she called at 4:42. It was another person after several hours at the scene informed us of that.
So basically, I mean, from what I'm seeing, I think what was showed on Facebook is adding up. They were very close. Why were they very close? Well, because Mama moved in to his fucking house with this long rap sheet of child offense charges to the extent that he has to register as a sex offender for the rest of his damn life. I'm not sure this officer is not used to this. Oh, yeah, I don't think he's used to this much attention either. And it is heightened because he's a registered sex offender. I am so afraid that he's going to hurt her and she's not going to be on this earthly plane anymore. And I pray to God that doesn't happen. We need to keep looking for her and looking for the vehicle and get the information out so that we can find her before anything happens. God, please.
So because of that close relationship or possible close relationship, is it possible that the girl willingly got into the uncle's vehicle?
I don't know, babe.
With him on her own court?
I have no idea in regards to that.
Does Ruby's grandma have custody?
No.
And what is Mr. Coyle's Jordan's hometown?
I believe it's village of Almond, or the town of Almond he lived in.
So see something, say something. Do you have a preferred method where people reach out if they see something?
Yes, we set up a Amber Alert tip line actually for Portage County, not just the P3 app, not just the Portage County tip line. This is actually through the state that organizes for us. So it's 1-800-936. And anybody that has any information in regards to contact with Jordan, any information at all that they think might be useful, we encourage them to contact the tip line.
Did anyone witness Jordan with Ruby and the same cell phone?
I have no comment on that. Any other questions?
Is his criminal history a primary factor in the Amber Alert?
Yeah.
Is his criminal history a primary factor in the Amber Alert?
No, the primary is a 6-year-old that was missing and without any parental consent being taken from the location. And that's why, we brought in the resources that we have. And
wow.
Again, sitting here right to my left here is Mike Meyer from the FBI from Green Bay. And then I have Jesse Crow from the Department of Criminal Investigations. They are assisting us with all their crew in regards to the resources that are needed for Portage County, because they have a lot more federally and state-wise than Portage County does.
Can you two gentlemen on either side talk a little bit about some of the additional resources that you bring into a local sheriff's office or police department to assist?
I mean, I'm not real concerned about that, and they just asked any more questions, so I think that's about all we're going to get from that. Snarky said the family keeping the information from law enforcement may have cost this child her life, all to protect this piece of shit. I agree. What the fuck? The poor kids didn't stand a chance, and why are we protecting this piece of shit over our own damn children? Y'all, I am pissed. I am hot this here day. Look, just to show you again, anybody coming in, again, this is the family tree, okay? Grandma and grandpa on the mom's side are not involved, okay? Grandma on the dad's side is involved. This is the grandma that Rudy lived with. It was the grandmother. It was the mother of her father. Grandma on the dad's side, okay? Dad and mom right here. Chelsea Lehman and Eric Lehman. That's mama. That's daddy, okay? Daddy's sister, Aunt Ashley. This is her. And Uncle Jordan Coyle. Ashley and Jordan were married at some point, but now they're separated, okay? But for whatever reason, Grandma on the dad's side and Mama live with Uncle Jordan. It is presumed that Chelsea, Mama, and Jordan, the registered sex offender, had some type of relationship at some point post-separation. After him and Ashley separated, he basically got with her, okay? Now, Jordan Coyle, Ashley's ex-husband, separated from the dad's sister, Ashley, is the presumed homeowner, okay? The house that we just saw. Where is it? This house right here. Allegedly, he owns this house, okay? In this house lives Jordan, Grandma, and Mama, along with her, Ruby, and her 2 siblings. 3 youngest children, Sarah and Chelsea, all lived with Jordan. The oldest daughter lives with grandparents on Mama's side. Dad lives somewhere else with roommates. She's got 4 children, allegedly. These 3 children are living with her and Daddy's mama, her grandmama, at Uncle Jordan's house. And when the police came, I'm going to shut this door. Hold on. Just a minute. TV's loud in there where he's watching TV. Mama and them damn protecting Uncle over Ruby, or Rudy, whatever she preferred to be called. Oh, this shows the breakdown. Oh, it's the land. Yeah. Owner is Jordan Coyle. So the person who owns the house is Jordan Coyle. So again, Mama, Grandma live with Uncle Jordan. And then we got Ruby, the one who's missing. They all live here. Basil's chewing, if y'all hear that. And allegedly, somebody said a damn registered sex offender lives next door, too. Oh, my God, y'all. I'm so fucking scared for this baby. 1 bathroom, 2 rooms, I heard. God almighty. Let me see. I mean, we can't go in it. It could be 1 bedroom. I mean, 2 bedroom, 1 bathroom. I don't know. No, he's with the mama. He's with Ruby's mama. Either mama or grandmother or his girlfriend. I think the damn mama is his girlfriend. It is confusing, Rhonda, but it's scary too. Apparently 3 adults, 4 children, but only 3 children live there. Look at the address on Zillow. Let me pull it up. "1201 County Road, Almond, Wisconsin." Oh, okay. County Road D. Hold on. No. ALM. Yep, 2 bed, 1 bath. That's allegedly the kitchen. That's what, there's a bathroom. Here's the kitchen. Here's maybe a living room. There's a washer and dryer. There's 1 bedroom. Okay, this is 1 bedroom. That's the other bedroom. I think the bedrooms are right beside each other. Okay, that's a pink room. That's a pink and blue room. That's a tan room. Okay, so it's different photos. So there's a pink and blue room and there's a tan room. I guess this is a living room, but it could have been made into a room. This is the washer and dryer area. That could be made into a room, though, if it had to be. So it has the capability of having more rooms, I guess. Surrounded by fields. Will you look up? Yeah, sure. I'll try. I'll try to look it up. I don't know if I can. Where the helicopters are. I don't know where the helicopters are, babe. No doubt. The mama is disturbing. She needs to be charged with child abuse for living with him and putting her child in a dangerous situation. Absolutely. Absolutely she does. But it'll probably be another Jennifer Soto case. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know. So they called and they had another trial on February 10th of 2011. No. February 9th of 2011. Response to brief defendant's post-conviction motion for a new trial. They requested to keep calling witnesses. That poor child had to get up there and testify again. All the officers testified. Dutcher. Huh? Oh, I saw that earlier. Yeah, we're talking about a little girl now. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Court proceeding on the motion of Attorney Leeper, interaction with state and witness to pretrial discussion. Case called via telephone for defendant. Case called. So they had another trial, May, that possibly February was pretrial, and then May they had another trial, and he was convicted again. Let me see. Representation was not in State versus Smith, presumed prejudice. Court further makes statement regarding conflict of interest and goes over case law. Sixth Amendment, 2 phases of burden of proof. But it goes up. Exhibit list. Time to decide post-conviction motion is extended to September 15th. Attorney Leeper's motion to reschedule. Okay, let's see. Proposed order. Yeah, that's about it for that. All right, I don't know how to look up the sex registry. He does have many aliases that is on the documents. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, okay. Sort. That's what you were talking about. Okay, let me pull it up. Okay. Name search. Oh. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me not share because sometimes it'll put my name in. Coil. Jordan. A. Yep. All right, let me pull it up. So, Jordan A. Coyle. Aliases are Big Red, Crazy Kid, Jordan A., Jordan Allen, Red, Jordan A. Primary residence is 1201 County Road D, Almond, Wisconsin, Protege County. I don't know how to look up his charges, but I think it would be. Where are you finding that? I looked him up and that's what I found on I found what I showed you guys about the documents I showed you. All right, we'll jump over here and I'll see if there's anything else out about her new. This is allegedly what she could have been, the dress she might have been wearing when she disappeared. I think I grabbed most of what you sent me. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Got distracted. Yeah, I think I've got most of what you sent me. Hold on, I'm gonna check this real quick. Yeah, I got what you sent me, love. He is only the uncle through marriage, right? They knew what he had done previously, but still chose to keep those babies around him. Yeah. And there is a lot, and I really appreciate you guys for helping us out. I second that, and thank you, Hio, for saying that. There's so much on this. Dated in the future, saying he's been gone longer than she currently has been. What? Authorities are intensifying the search for a 6-year-old who remains missing more than a week after she was last seen in the village of Almond, prompting an ongoing Amber Alert. Ruby was spotted the afternoon of September 11th after she was last seen at her grandmother's home on County Road. She left with her uncle Jordan Coyle, who is now the subject of a statewide manhunt. I think that was a typo. I think we've seen most of this. All right, y'all. Says Chelsea and Ashley are biological sisters. I don't think so. Grandmother has a picture of Ashley and another woman who appears to be her other daughter, but if that's the case, where is she in all of this? There's so many details. So hard to piece together. I really think they are all in on it. Either way, who is Samantha woman in this picture, and is she biologically related to Chelsea? I just found Chelsea and Ashley are just sister-in-law. Still leaves me wonder where Samantha is on all this. If the family's not cooperating, I'm very concerned for the child, and I'm real fucking worried that, oh my God, that they're not going to find her. And even they're saying the pedophile has a dinosaur puppy cat tattoo on his arm. Jesus Christ. I think that's the reaction most of us had. Y'all, I am greatly, greatly fucking concerned. The family failed to report her missing for a while. I think it was a couple of hours. Lord of mercy. Someone whose children go to school with her vouched for the day she went missing. She was picked up at school at 3:17. Thank you. It is gross. It is gross. I'm going to go for the day. Y'all, please keep Ruby in your thoughts and prayers. Please keep your eyes open as always for her. And I pray to God that she is found safe and unharmed. God, I'm so worried about her. I really am. We talked about some heavy topics today. I will be back on Monday. I will keep you all up to date with this case. If anything comes out breaking, I will put a video out and let you guys know what I found. If you guys find anything, feel free to email me or contact me on Discord. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your decorum and your respect and your support. And I hope y'all have a good Saturday and a good Sunday. If nobody has told you, you are important, you are enough, you are loved, and you are very special to me. Thank you all so very much, and I will see y'all